Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from, and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone. I didn't know Will could draw. I remember thinking as my friend's hand quickly moved across the page. And then I looked more closely at Will's impromptu sketch, and I immediately regretted it. I tried to unsee it. I shifted my attention to other things around me. Anything at all that wasn't ink on the page. The blur of Will's hand, the beads of sweat gathering at his temples, the gentle autumn breeze creeping through the crack of the window. Don't look at the page, just don't look at it. But I knew I had to, so I looked, and it was worse than I expected. Much worse. Will had sketched a near carbon copy of those wartime Uncle Sam posters, except not quite. The suit was there. Bow tie check. But no Uncle Sam head. The Uncle Sam body had the head of a goat. The animal flashed a welcoming toothy smile. A hoof pointed at me, nearly coming right out of the page, but it didn't want me to join the U.S. Army. No, this goat-headed creature had something else in mind. I want your kids. Under that declaration, in slightly smaller letters, it read, At Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone. Opening soon. I'd never heard of Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone before yesterday. The place, I quickly learned, played host to a significant moment in Will's childhood. And although I'd been good friends with him for 15 years, he'd never told me the story. But today, he'd opened up. I wasn't trying to reopen any wounds from his past. I just wanted him to tell me a story. Any story. I'd been listening to a lot of NPR and being inspired by their storytelling segments and slices of American life. I purchased some professional recording equipment and set up a makeshift studio in my house. My goal was to capture and archive the stories of my friends, relatives, really anyone who had something to say. Call it boredom. I was a widower with a 7-year-old son. Besides doting on my kid, I needed something productive to fill the time. My recording area was cozy, just a couple microphones, a small table, a few chairs. I'd sit a few feet from my interview subjects. The intimacy would induce real honesty and emotion. That was the plan, and it worked a little too well. I never thought my storytelling experiments would go so wrong, so quickly. And it wasn't just Will's story and his sketch of the Uncle Sam human-goat hybrid thing. Before I'd interviewed Will, I heard another version of Will's events from the other person involved in the Family Fun Zone incident. Will's wife and my good friend Caroline. Caroline and I dated for a little while in college, a stretch of time we now joke occurred in a parallel universe. We were never supposed to happen. We decided. Instead, there was some sort of a cosmic hiccup, and different universes intersected for the briefest of times. Our relationship was over before it started. Caroline then began dating Will. The two lived happily ever after, and the three of us have been close ever since. Caroline and Will's history predated our collective existence in college. The two went to high school together. But I never knew exactly what they'd experienced as classmates and friends. Not until I set up my little recording studio. I interviewed Caroline first, and Will's interview occurred the following day. Both of my friends requested I not tell the other about the contents of their respective interviews. I'm certainly not planning on it. Both interviews were long and free-ranging. I'll just transcribe the relevant portions of their stories, the stuff about relationships and about Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone. It's important that these stories be shared in some form. Excerpt of Caroline interview. So how did you and Will meet? We went to the same schools growing up, but we weren't friends or anything like that. You know how you kind of know everyone you go to school with, but most people are just on the periphery? That was Will. Always there, but not really. We ran with different circles. You can't pinpoint the moment you actually met for the first time? I can't. I can remember the first meaningful interaction we had, though. I was writing for the school paper, and, God, I can't believe I actually wrote for the paper because I was a terrible, just horrible writer, and I was researching a story. It was a legend in our town, something all the kids talked about but no one could prove. Did you have any of those? I think so. I'd have to think about it, but I'm sure I had some. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. One of those, my brother's friend's mechanic had this experience type thing. It was pretty famous growing up where we did. Kind of a spook story to scare kids from staying out late at night or running around doing irresponsible things. It was this place called Uncle Gary's Family Fun Zone. Gosh, I haven't thought about that place in years. Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone? Just saying it out loud sounds so weird, right? Just completely and utterly made up. And when we got older, most of us thought that it was made up because it was just a silly and stupid legend. So of course it would have a ridiculous name. What was the legend? It's been so long. But from what I remember, it was a children's play zone type place that existed in the late 70s or early 80s. No one could pinpoint it. But the story was this guy, Jerry something, but everyone called him Uncle Jerry, inherited a piece of land out in the woods from his grandfather. He took all of his money and turned it into the fun zone. Slides, games, trampolines, kind of like an indoor rec type place, but all barnyard themed. So the place looked like a red and white barn with a silo, but inside was all of this kid stuff. He built this out in the woods. That's what everyone said. But the messed up part was what happened there. Apparently like 30 some years ago, the kid slid down the slide and just vanished into the ball pit. Like there was no trace of him. I think he was only 4, maybe 5. I can't remember for sure. Anyway, they emptied the ball pit and everything. The only thing at the bottom was a trapdoor and a crawl space that led nowhere. It just dead-ended. No one knew why it was there. But yeah, the kid vanished, the town freaked, Jerry split, and the place shut down. And that really happened? Every kid in town believed it. The story was that it was some sort of a hellhole that sucked down small children, that it needed to be fed. Like it swallowed up that kid, and if anyone went near the place, it would swallow you up too. Don't explore too far from home or you'll stumble across Uncle Jerry's. But you get past middle school and you think it's all bullshit. Was it bullshit? You said you were writing a story about it for the newspaper and you met Will? Yeah. So I decided to write about Uncle Gary's, and Will heard about it. He joined the newspaper club because he wanted to help. I think he just wanted to spend time with me, but he helped me with my research. We talked to people, looked at old newspapers, spent a lot of time in those creepy library stacks. That's where Will held my hand for the first time. God, we were so young. Did you find anything? Nothing. There was no record of the place. We even talked to the police department. They had nothing. Did they know what you were talking about? Oh yeah, everyone had heard of Uncle Jerry's. And everyone was really nice about helping us, but nothing factual existed. My article was going terribly. It was all dead ends. Was that what you expected? I don't know what I expected. I just thought it'd be a cool article. So I had a lot of interviews of people telling the stories, and I was going to write this oral history type article. But then, God, I haven't thought about this in years. Will came to me. He said he knew where the fun zone was. He said he had directions to a place that didn't exist. Will said that it did. It was out in the woods, down some roads that weren't on the maps. How did he get those directions? It's been so long, I honestly can't remember. Did they fall out of some ancient book at the library? I think that's what happened, but he had them. Did you go there? I've never told anyone this. No one. I can't believe I'm telling you right now. Will and I haven't talked about it since it happened. Wow, really? It's okay, we don't have to keep going. No, it's fine. It's just... Seriously, Caroline? I'm not trying to psychoanalyze you or ruin your marriage by making you dredge up terrible memories. That's not what I'm trying to. It's okay. I want you to know. I want you to know it wasn't supposed to be there. It just wasn't. What happened was Will was going to go there first to make sure it was safe, and I'd meet him there later on. And I did. I followed the directions perfectly, down all of these forgotten dirt roads that used to be real roads. Right turn at a rock the size of a Volkswagen, go 3/4 of a mile and take left at the pine tree with the downed limb, stuff like that. All landmark stuff. But the directions were perfect. I drove what felt like forever down this bumpy road, and it just ended. Nowhere else to go. And there was Will, standing at the side of the road next to his car, hands jammed in his pockets. And he had this look in his eyes. He just looked different. It's almost like after that night there were two Wills. The first Will, who had worked on the story, helped me research and held my hand in the library. He was so sweet, just so shy, tender, innocent. But after that night, he'd changed forever. Like he never looked at me the same way again. And we've been married now for 9 years and together since junior year of college, so 13 years. And he's never looked at me the way he looked at me in the basement of the library back in high school. It was that night at the Fun Zone that changed him. I know it. It was that night. Caroline, have you ever thought about us? Like, what if our parallel universe had fully intersected forever with the real one, and we were together? I haven't. Look, I think I should stop recording. Please don't. It's just me and Will. 9 years, no kids, no babies. And he just doesn't look at me like he's supposed to. He's supposed to give me a baby, and we're supposed to be living this love story. But something went wrong. And it all started that night. What happened? On that night, I pulled off to the side of this dirt road that no one had driven on in probably decades. And, like I said, Will just seemed different. I asked him if he'd found it, and he said that it was there. Uncle Jerry's family fun zone was there. Will grabbed 2 flashlights from his car, and we followed a path through some brush. Then it kind of emerged before us, nestled in the trees. The barn, the silo, everything. It was so strange. It was almost like it materialized, if that makes sense. It was dark, so yeah, I know what you mean. And there was this picket fence around the place, and each board was painted either yellow, green, or light purple, and it held up better than it should have. The paint should have completely peeled off, or maybe the whole thing should have fallen down, but it was in good shape. Did you go inside? We came all that way, right? The main entrance was this huge wooden double door, probably 15 feet high, and above it was the sign, Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone, with this picture of a cartoon farmer with a piece of straw hanging from his mouth. And the sign had been vandalized. Someone had spray-painted X's over the farmer's eyes, and nearly every letter had been scribbled out. Everything except for fun, but the F was turned into an R, and an exclamation point was added. So it just read, "Run." So we weren't the first people that'd been there. And I remember thinking, I don't know if this makes me feel better or worse. Who went in first? Will did. He pushed open the door, and it creaked the whole time. I was nervous someone would hear it, but we were out in the middle of nowhere, you know? So that was kind of dumb. Will raised his flashlight and jumped backwards into me. We were staring at this giant goat statue made out of fiberglass. Had to have been 7 feet tall. It was standing on its hind legs with its other front legs reaching out like it was hugging something invisible. I guess it was a photo op. Stand inside it, take your picture. And they were everywhere. What was everywhere? Fiberglass farm animals. Goats, sheep, cows, pigs, all standing on 2 legs, all of their front legs extended. They were scattered around the whole place, almost like soldiers keeping watch. Most of them were covered with some black soot substance. I ran my hand across one of the sheep. The soot was probably a ½ inch thick. I still remember it trickling through my fingers. It was wet and almost gooey. I honestly don't know what it was. What else was inside? Slides. They were everywhere. Slides, jungle gyms, swinging bridges, a basketball court. We crept around for I don't know how long, just not believing it was real. And it was just so dark and utterly silent. We got turned around so many times. It was like we were going deeper and deeper. And I know this doesn't make sense, but it felt like we walked longer than we should have. Like the place was bigger on the inside than it looked on the outside. At one point, I remember looking back at Will and saying, "It's like a maze in here." And right at that moment, we almost ran into a sign that said, "Uncle Jerry's Amazing Cornstalk Maze." We were right at the entrance to a maze, but it wasn't made out of corn. The walls were wooden, with cornstalks painted on them, and there was no way we were going in there. Not a chance. Did you find the ball pit? We did. It was at the bottom of the tallest and widest slide in the whole place, right in the center of the barn. And the pit was just massive. Had to have been 40 feet wide and maybe 6 feet deep, but it was empty. No plastic balls, just a giant barren pit, and there was a ladder going down into it. And from where we were standing, we saw the hatch. Will looked at me and he just kind of shrugged and he said, "This is why we are here, right?" We climbed down, and as we walked towards the hatch, our feet echoed, but it was a different kind of echo. Like it died quickly, too quickly. Almost like something was sucking away the noise. I can't believe you guys did this. I guess it was adrenaline. Our flashlights were directly on the hatch, and it had one of those round steel rings, no lock. We stared at it for a while without saying anything, almost like we were expecting it to start pulsating or to pop open, but we wanted to know what was inside. Had to know, so we decided to do it together. We grabbed the steel ring with both hands and pulled it up. I thought I'd be greeted by the bones of that dead kid, but there was only the smell that rushed us. It was very cold and crisp, and with a tiny whiff of sulfur. Will hopped right in, and I reluctantly followed. The stories were all true. It was a crawl space to nowhere. We crouched down and crawled about 20 feet, and the tunnel just ended. Nothing but a smooth steel wall. We ran our hands across it. Maybe we'd find a secret handle or trigger a button or something, but there was nothing. And then we heard the noises from above. Holy God. Something had jumped into the pit, because the first thing we heard was this single, reverberating thud. It was unmistakable. And then the footsteps directly above us, walking towards the hatch. We killed our flashlights and pressed our backs into the steel. Will put his arm around me and covered my mouth, and I did the same to him. My legs started trembling and bouncing on the floor, and Will grabbed it, steadying it. We listened as the footsteps got closer to the hatch, and then they just stopped. And I wanted to look down the tunnel. I did. But I didn't want whatever was there to see the whites of my eyes, because I was terrified it would give me away. But I felt its presence across the tunnel. I knew it was there. I felt it leaning down and staring at us. I'm sure about that. I even heard it breathing softly. Did he say anything? No. It just watched us for a while, and I never opened my eyes. And the next thing I remember is the hatch slamming shut, and both Will and I jumping and hitting our heads on the crawlspace ceiling. We stayed there silent for, it had to be an hour. We eventually worked up the courage to crawl to the other end in pitch black, and I was praying, just praying that this thing or person or whatever wasn't inside this crawlspace with us. We were too scared to even turn on our flashlights. Every inch we crawled, I thought, this is it. I'm going to reach out and feel something warm and snarling. But we made it to the end, and we slowly raised the hatch. Thank God it hadn't locked us inside. We climbed out and we ran, just ran. I don't even remember my legs moving beneath me. I remember it being, I was in the crawl space, now I'm outside, now I'm at the car. Just like that, we were safe. Did you tell anyone about this? Did you write the article? Will followed me to my house. We promised each other to never talk about it ever again. We were done. No article, nothing. Why not? I think we stumbled across something we were never meant to see, and something knew we were there, and I think it let us off with a warning. We didn't want to make it mad. We were given a second chance. You keep calling it it? Is there a reason for that? Just a hunch. Just the sounds it made when it walked, the vibe it gave off. It didn't feel human. I honestly can't believe you haven't talked about this since high school. You or Will haven't brought it up? Not once? Will is... I love Will, but it changed him. It changed me. How long has it been since Grace died? 15 months. And you two didn't have secrets or things you didn't talk about? We talked about everything. At least for my part, and I'm sure she wasn't keeping anything from me. What's that like? To have a marriage like that and a child to love? I think what we had was rare. And Tyler is my world. He's my everything. Do you ever think... I turned off the recording. Caroline was traveling down a road that I had no interest in going. She left shortly thereafter, making me promise to not share anything with Will. I gave her my word. At one point, I dropped the digital recording of her interview in the trash icon and hovered over the empty button for a few seconds. But I couldn't do it. I dragged it back to a folder on my desktop. Will came by the next day for his interview. It began plainly enough. The first 20 minutes focused on his grade school years. his baseball playing days in college, and his love of 80s action movies. Nothing revelatory, nothing deep. That quickly changed. The interview direction veered towards love and marriage. I tried to avoid it, but it came up organically. Will hesitated, contemplating. I'd hoped we'd detour right around it, but he looked at me sharply in the eyes and said, "Have you ever heard of Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone?" I lied, and I told him that I hadn't. He grabbed a sheet of paper from my desk and sketched out the Uncle Sam-type flyer for that cursed children's fun zone. That's where this interview excerpt kicks in. Excerpt of Will interview. I was sitting in class. I think it was Spanish. And I look over, and this beautiful girl in the row next to me is furiously scribbling in her notebook. And she's drawing this. Will holds up the sheet of paper. I can't explain it, but I was drawn to it. There was something about it. So I stopped her after class, and I asked her, "What's Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone?" Because I'd never heard of the damn place. Was it a place in town? That's the thing. It apparently was some kids' play area type place in the 1970s, and some little kid drowned in a ball pit, if that makes sense. Caroline told me the whole story, saying it was the most famous legend in our town, and she was writing a newspaper story about it. But I'd never heard of it. I asked all of my friends, my parents, teachers, and I always got the same response. "What are you talking about?" And that made me more curious. Is this beautiful girl putting me on, or does she have a wild imagination? Because according to Caroline, this legend was as famous as Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster or whatever. Are you sure you weren't asking the right people? Google it. You'll find absolutely zero about Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone. And if a legend is that famous, wouldn't it have some presence on the internet nowadays? Anything at all? Zero results. That's pretty incredible. And back then it wasn't just people I knew. I joined the newspaper club, mainly out of this incredible fascination to find out more about this girl and why she was obsessed with this legend that didn't exist. And we interviewed dozens of people for the story. Historians, cops, librarians. We got a lot of strange looks. No one had ever heard of Uncle Jerry's, which only made me more curious. Did you guys get together? I know you started dating in college. I didn't know you had a history. Not really. I mean, almost. Caroline had this pull on me that was hard to explain. We were spending a lot of time together, and she was gorgeous and funny and motivated. Man, just motivated to find out more about this Uncle Jerry's place. And I liked it. Even when I thought she was maybe a little crazy, I liked it, but she wasn't crazy, so it was real? Here's the thing. We had no clues or leads, and I was just hoping she'd give up. You know, drop the whole thing and we can start dating and doing normal teenage things or whatever. But one night, and shit, I haven't thought about this in forever, I was up late cramming for a test, and I see this bundled up old guy walking down my street. Just kind of putzing along, and the guy looks like he's 200 years old. And he stops at the end of my driveway, reaches into his overcoat, pulls something out, and slips it in my mailbox. And I was like, what the hell is this? I stand up, and he snaps his head and looks right at me. It was freaky, just freaky. I dive down on the floor and don't have the balls to look outside for another 10 minutes. By that point, he was gone. What did he put in the mailbox? I found out in the morning. It was directions, scribbled on a napkin. Weird-ass directions, like drive down this dirt road and look for the tallest tree, then turn right type directions. I immediately knew it had something to do with Uncle Gary's. I just knew it. Did you tell Caroline? Here's the thing. And this will sound terrible, and I can't believe I'm telling someone, but here's what happened. This Uncle Gary's thing had been going on for weeks, and I know I said I liked the fact that Caroline was obsessive over it. But things turned weird quick. She kept coming over to my house to hang out, but she didn't seem too interested in me. She was more interested in my brother, who was 2 at the time. And, God, it's hard to explain. It wasn't like a normal I like playing with your brother thing. It was creepy. The way she looked at him, it was almost like she needed him for something. That she was going to snatch him. Like we'd come home one day and David would be gone. And it was because Caroline took him. Wow. I don't expect you to understand any of this. It doesn't make any sense, but I felt it. I'm telling you, it was real. In my heart, I had this hideous feeling it was all related to this Uncle Gary's family fun zone obsession. I thought Caroline was looking for this place and was going to offer up my brother as some form of a sacrifice. Just saying it sounds so messed up. You probably think I'm yanking your chain. I mean, this is my wife we're talking about here. This is Caroline. It's fine. You don't sound like you're lying. I wouldn't. Not about this. Did you tell anyone? No. They'd probably think I was the crazy one. The whole thing was insane beyond belief, but I had to know what she was up to, so here's what I did. I told Caroline I'd found directions to Uncle Gary's. Told her they had been folded up in some library book about the town's history or something. I gave her directions to the place, and I told her I'd check it out first. But here's the thing. I gave her the wrong directions. What do you mean? I made them up. Wrote down a bunch of gibberish. They led miles outside of town in the opposite direction. And then I followed my directions, the ones the old man left me, and they led me right to it. It was real. This Uncle Jerry's place, it was real, man. It made no sense. And then Caroline showed up, with the wrong directions. I'll never forget it. Seeing her car pull up, she should have been 40 miles away. But here she was. And that's when I knew. There was something wrong about her. Something wrong about that old man. Something wrong about that place. It was like Caroline was magnetically drawn to it. Uncle Jerry's family fun zone. Like it exists because she believes it exists. I decided at that moment that there was some form of evil forces in the world that I would never understand. Never. And Caroline was wrapped up in it. How was the place real? Like I said, it didn't make any sense. Nothing did. We even explored the place for a while and it was, Christ, it feels like I'm going back there right now. And I never wanted to go back. Never. That musty smell, those animals that towered over us like monsters. It's just, Will, why don't we end this? No, just a little more. There's some things that you should know. I'd never seen Caroline so excited. Still haven't. I swear she was bouncing around that place. Wanted to explore every inch. She even pulled me into some horrifying corn maze I thought we'd never get out of. And then we found it. We found the place where that kid had disappeared. Caroline pulled open this hatch in this enormous, empty ball pit, and we wiggled through this crawl space that dead-ended, and then we heard something. Someone else was inside the barn. We heard its footsteps above us, and it was stomping around. I thought, maybe it was the old man, because who else would know we were here? Was it the old man? It wasn't. No way. We were huddled up at the end of the crawl space, and my legs were shaking so bad I thought they would spring free from my body. Caroline held them down for me. She was so calm, just so calm. The hatch opened, and in the dark I saw this figure kind of lean down. It definitely wasn't the old man. It was too skinny. It couldn't have been a person. It just couldn't. So we stared at it from across this crawl space, and at one point I turned to look at Caroline, and she was watching this thing with this little grin on her face. And that thing kept right on looking and breathing, and then, all of a sudden, it kind of sniffed the air, like it was smelling us. And the voice, God, I'll never forget it. It was this voice that was deep and raspy and terrible all at the same time. It said, not young enough. Then it slammed down the hatch, and it was gone. We waited a while, and when we thought it was safe, we ran back to our cars. Will, if I thought that we'd talk about this, I wouldn't have asked you to do this. I mean it. I never intended for it to be like this. It's fine. It's just, someone needed to know. I'm just glad it's you. If I can ask, and if you don't want to answer, that's totally fine. Why are you with her? Why are you married to Caroline? Because someone had to marry her, and it had to be me. Does that make sense? I know what happened at that place. I know that there's evil things in this world that have grabbed hold of her, but she's better. She never wrote that article, never talked about Uncle Jerry's family fun zone since then. I'm not sure if she even remembers it. Maybe the evil is gone. It could be gone forever, but I'm always waiting for it to come back. And that's why, I'll tell you this, but this goes to the grave. Yeah? Yeah. She wants to have kids. Caroline wants to have a baby. But it won't be with me. I got a vasectomy years ago, back in college actually. I won't give her a baby, not after everything that I know. But now she wants one. More than anything, she'll find out. If you guys do fertility, the doctors will find out. I know. What will you do then? I don't know, no. My original hunch about my interview experiment was correct. There was just something about the microphones and tight space that elicits honesty. What I experienced with Caroline and Will was the rarest forms of honesty, an honesty I hope to never ever experience again. I wanted to rid myself of the entire situation. Even having the audio files just felt wrong, like I was allowing evil to fester. But then I remembered what Will told me. Someone needs to know. So I spent hours transcribing their interviews, dumped the text file on a USB drive, and tossed it into a box in my closet. I deleted the audio files from my computer and then put my microphones and recorders out to the curb. It just wasn't worth it. But the purging didn't cure me. I was haunted by Will and Caroline's stories. And it wasn't just the horrific situations they found themselves in as high schoolers. It was the secrets and lies they've lived ever since. Will and Caroline came over for dinner a few weeks after the interviews, and it was like nothing was wrong. We drank, we laughed. I watched Will touch the small of Caroline's back, and Caroline gently caress Will's elbow. It all seemed so frighteningly normal, but I knew what they were living with, and it terrified me. The next day, the doorbell rang. It was Caroline. She'd left her sweater at my place and was here to pick it up. It was my first time being alone with her since the interview. I was worried she'd bring up Uncle Jerry's family fun zone, or wanting to have a baby, or she'd again gently broach the topic of me and her, and what could have been, or what could be. I just wasn't sure. I retrieved her sweater from the kitchen and walked her to the front door. I tried to read what was going on beneath her eyes, and I looked for a flicker of that evil that Will said grabbed hold of her all those years ago. I didn't see it. I just saw a lonely, sad woman who wanted more out of life than what she was given. We reached the front door, and Caroline looked over towards my living room. Tyler lay nestled into the cushions, lost inside the pages of a fantasy book. Caroline smiled longingly at my boy and said to no one in particular, "Not young enough." The terrorizing of our substitute teacher, Mr. Mahoney. What an odd guy, I remember thinking as Mr. Mahoney shuffled into my 6th grade classroom for the first time. Crumply brown suit, crooked tie, flush face, right hand nervously shaking at his waist, and somehow he already had chalk in his hair. He stuttered out his first words to the class, and he hadn't even finished his introductory sentence before I knew he was a goner. I'd never seen a grown man look so squirrely. The principal should have adequately warned him we were a bunch of sharks, and we smelled blood in the water. The pranks and jokes started small. Mr. Mahoney was asking for it, in a way. He was so unprepared, so utterly clueless. It was impossible not to mess with him. One activity required Mr. Mahoney to draw a clock on the chalkboard. The class counted along together as he drew the numbers on the circular clock face. 1, 2, 3, 4, louder and louder as the numbers progressed. And when we got to 12, we kept going. 13! Everyone shouted in unison. Mr. Mahoney drew 13 o'clock in white chalk. The class erupted in laughter, and Mr. Mahoney turned red in embarrassment. He sheepishly erased the 13, stuttered something incomprehensible, and his trembling hand dropped the eraser. It made a eraser-shaped chalk smudge on his pants. We laughed harder. Mr. Mahoney picked up the eraser, and he banged at his pants with his hand to remove the smudge. The problem was, he was still holding the eraser. His entire brown pant leg turned ghost white. Kids laughed so hard they fell from their chairs. That was the moment I pitied Mr. Mahoney for the first time. Only I couldn't stop laughing with the others. My two friends, Carson Starkey and Dylan Newcomb, everyone called him Nuke, were the worst offenders. They were fans of the classics at first. Tacks on Mr. Mahoney's chair, turning everyone's desks backwards before Mr. Mahoney came into the classroom, stuff like that. But their pranks soon progressed. On one occasion, Mr. Mahoney asked the class for the answer to 9 multiplied by 5. Nuke raised his hand and mouthed the words, 45, but said nothing. I, ca, can't hear you, Mr. Mahoney said, walking closer. Nuke mouthed the words again, looking confused. Speak, up, pa. Please, Mr. Mahoney said, moving a foot from Nuke's face. 45! Nuke shouted into Mr. Mahoney's face. Mr. Mahoney jumped back and tripped over a desk sprawling to the floor. The classroom laughter reached a fevered pitch, and then we saw it. A tiny blob of liquid on Mr. Mahoney's pants near the crotch. The guy had pissed himself. Mr. Mahoney stumbled to his feet and ran out of the room, but not before tripping one more time. The class was in stitches, everyone but me. I wasn't laughing this time, but I didn't come to Mr. Mahoney's defense. I didn't tell anyone to shut up and leave the poor guy alone. I just let it happen. That afternoon, Nuke, Starkey, and I were called down to the principal's office. Nuke and Starkey were the dynamic duo of classroom tomfoolery, but me being friends with them, well, I guess I was guilty by association. Mr. Mahoney sat in the corner, wrinkly brown suit and tie, chalk in hair, looking down at the ground. I detected the scent of urine in the air, and so did Nuke. He exaggeratedly plugged his nose. Mr. Mahoney's hand trembled. The principal lectured us for 10 minutes. He jabbed his finger at our chests, and he demanded we stop harassing Mr. Mahoney. There would be dire consequences if we didn't. Mr. Mahoney said nothing. Nuke shot him the stink eye the entire time. I can't believe he told on us, Nuke whispered to me as we left the principal's office. There was venom in his voice. Nuke and Starkey demanded revenge, and lots of it. They quickly devised the prank to end all pranks, the ultimate revenge on Mr. Mahoney for tattling on students. He's such a fraidy cat, Nuke sneered. I'll make him piss so hard he'll drown in his own pants. I unwillingly went along with the whole thing. Truthfully, I thought my part in the prank wasn't that big of a deal. I saw myself as the getaway driver in a bank robbery. I wasn't robbing the bank. I wasn't the one committing the crime. Sure, I was helping, but it wasn't that big of a deal. But looking back on it now, I was too weak to say no to my friends. I should have said no. But when Nuke and Starkey went over the plan, I merely nodded and said, okay. My part was easy, and Mr. Mahoney might not even know I was there. Somehow that made it okay. The prank to end all pranks occurred on a Tuesday night. Nuke called Mr. Mahoney and pretended to be Mr. Newcomb, and he demanded a teacher-parent conference at the Newcomb household. Mr. Mahoney should have known better, but he agreed to come over to the Newcomb home for a chat about Dylan's recent behavior. It was all set. Nuke's parents were gone that night. It was just me, Nuke, and Starkey. I sat in the basement next to the fuse box. Starkey sat next to me, unable to contain his giggles. I heard the doorbell ring and footsteps upstairs. The door opened, and 2 sets of footsteps walked to the family room. Nuke and Mr. Mahoney are sitting on the couch. I waited for my signal, and it came 1 minute later. A loud crash. Nuke just accidentally knocked over the lamp. I flipped the main power switch to the house. The entire home went black. More footsteps. Nuke is telling Mr. Mahoney that he'll check the fuse box. He'll be back in a second. The basement door creaked open, and footsteps echoed down the steps. Nuke is descending the basement steps. A dark figure appeared next to us. It's Nuke. Do it, Starkey, Nuke whispered. Starkey dumped corn syrup all over the front of Nuke's shirt. Nuke stifled his laughter while Starkey slipped a rubber clown mask over his own head and picked up the silver butcher's knife. Let's do this. Starkey huffed through the latex. Nuke stumbled upstairs first, with Starkey trailing 5 feet behind. I reluctantly followed from a short distance with a Polaroid camera, and I watched the whole thing unfold. Nuke appeared from the basement door, clutching his chest and sobbing for help. Mr. Mahoney ran over to him. "Oh, my God, God," Mr. Mahoney blubbered, touching the corn syrup on Nuke's shirt. The killer clown then emerged with a raised butcher's knife in his hand. Mr. Mahoney screamed and grabbed onto Nuke's shirt at the collar. It ripped off, and Mr. Mahoney fell to the floor. He backed up and trembled against the wall, still clutching the torn collar. I watched him quiver in the darkness. "Do it!" yelled Nuke. "Take his picture." I brought up the camera to my face, but I couldn't do it. Starkey made some monster noises and inched closer to Mr. Mahoney. Our substitute teacher sobbed quietly. "Jesus Christ," said Nuke, pointing at Mr. Mahoney. "He pissed all over my floor." I looked down and saw piss emptying from the bottom of Mr. Mahoney's left pant leg. I had never felt more sorry for another human being in my whole life. It felt like we were torturing an injured puppy. "Tail the picture," Nuke insisted. I didn't do it. I just dropped the camera to the floor, and it shattered into 3 pieces. Starkey removed his mask and tossed it to Mr. Mahoney. It landed in his lap. "We're just joking around, Mr. Mahoney," Starkey said. "It's just a prank." Mr. Mahoney put one arm against the wall, braced himself, and clambered to his feet. He looked at the torn collar in one hand, the clown mask in the other, sniffled and shuffled out the front door. "He took my mask," Starkey lamented. "Let him keep the stupid thing," Nuke muttered. Mr. Mahoney wasn't at school the next day. In fact, he never came back. Nuke, Starkey, and I waited each day to be called down to the principal's office to answer for our prank, but that call never came. Our class was assigned a new substitute teacher, and life in the 6th grade marched on. 3 weeks later, a package arrived for our class. It was a stack of math homework that Mr. Mahoney had graded but had never returned to us. The sub passed back the worksheets, each meticulously marked up and graded. But Nuke's and Starkey's weren't marked up like the rest of the class. No cross-outs or corrections. Mr. Mahoney had just written the same thing on each of their essays in blazingly red ink. Nice job. I'm looking forward to seeing more of you soon. I didn't get a worksheet back. I quickly thumbed through my binder and found the worksheet, uncompleted. Never was I so happy to have forgotten to do my homework. What a load of crap, Nuke snickered. He crumpled up the sheet and tossed it on the floor. Starkey did the same. I slipped my unfinished sheet back into my binder, and I wondered what Mr. Mahoney was doing at the moment. Maybe he was sitting alone, hands shaking nervously at his side and tears running down his cheeks. Or maybe he's sharpening an axe. I shuddered, but the image didn't leave my head. I put my head down on my binder and closed my eyes. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mahoney," I whispered to no one. "I'm so sorry." For years I waited for Mr. Mahoney's revenge to come. I expected him to pounce around a dark corner on the street, or I often pictured him slipping on that clown mask and appearing at the foot of my bed with that axe that he was sharpening in my daydream. His right hand trembles like usual, but then it tightens around the wooden handle. He plunges the axe deep into my chest. I probably deserved it for what we did to him. But he never came. I grew up, graduated high school and then college. I married and got a good job. Nuke and Starkey were not so lucky. Nuke tore up both of his knees in high school, and he lost his football scholarship. Cocaine was his medicine and coping mechanism. He still went to college, but dropped out after one term. Nuke moved home and dealt drugs from his parents' basement, eventually selling to an undercover cop. He resisted arrest, fled in his car with his girlfriend, and he wrapped his car around a pole. Nuke's girlfriend flew through the windshield and died on the scene. My childhood friend now sits in jail, and the doctors say he'll never walk again. Starkey graduated college and immediately got engaged. 2 months later, his wife was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Faced with daunting medical bills, Starkey embezzled from his company and was promptly caught. Weeks later, Starkey's daughter was crushed underneath a falling entertainment unit at the family home. She lived, but she was paralyzed from the neck down. Starkey took out a massive insurance policy and threw himself off a building. I received a letter from Nuke not too long ago. He's been doing a lot of reading while in jail, books about hexes and witchcraft. He's convinced Mr. Mahoney used supernatural tactics to get his revenge upon him and Starkey. Mahoney hexed us, Nuke wrote. He left my house that night with a piece of my shirt and Starkey's mask. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. That explains why you are completely fine, my life is fucked, and Starkey is dead. Just think about it. I thought about it. I thought it was bullshit. A week later, I saw Mr. Mahoney at a dive bar, miles out of town down an old country road. At least I thought it was him. He was slumped in a corner booth, half passed out, 3 sheets to the wind. He was still wearing that ratty brown suit, but he looked like he'd aged 40 years. His right hand anxiously shook on the table. I watched as the man sauntered to his feet and stumbled toward the door. It was the same stumble of an awkward, nervous substitute teacher from 20 years ago. I followed the man outside. It was a windy night. I lit up a smoke and watched curiously as the drunken man leaned against a wall and tried to light a cigarette of his own. He struggled mightily to keep his lighter ablaze in the breeze. It kept extinguishing. I approached and offered him my lighter. It lit right up. Smoke danced from the tip of the man's cigarette. We stood in silence and smoked for a few minutes. Finally, I asked, "Did you ever substitute teach in a 6th grade classroom?" The man's head froze up. His eyes looked straight ahead, never at me. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette. "Are you Mr. Mahoney?" I asked, slowly. I looked into his eyes, but the man did not look at me. He said nothing. For a moment, I doubted if it was even him. I looked away. "I just wanted to say that I'm sorry," I said. I walked 20 feet away when the man called out to me, Thanks for the light. I sat in my car in the parking lot just watching the man outside the bar. I thought about the past and the horrible things we did to Mr. Mahoney. I thought about Nuke and Starkey and how shitty their lives turned out to be. And then Nuke's letter popped into my head. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. I patted my jean pockets. Just think about it. I patted the pocket of my sweatshirt. Mahoney hexed us. I patted my jean pockets again, and I finally felt it. I didn't feel it the first time. The lighter. Thank God. I pulled it from my pocket, studied it for a moment to make sure it was mine, and I exhaled slowly. I smiled to myself, and I shook my head. I was being stupid. There's no such things as hexes and curses. Nuke and Starkey were the victims of horrible choices and bad luck. There's no such thing as witchcraft. I examined the lighter, and I turned it in my hand. For a moment, I wished witchcraft was real. If that man outside the bar was Mr. Mahoney, he deserved the opportunity to ruin my life. I thought about walking outside and placing the lighter in his hand, but instead I smirked and pocketed it. I was being ridiculous. The man outside the bar was stumbling around. He was chasing something down the road, a tiny cigarette butt, my cigarette butt, the one I had just smoked. The wind picked it up, and the butt blew down the dark country road. The man limped after it, hand trembling at his waist. What an odd guy. Something walks whistling past my house every night at 3:03. Every night, no matter the weather, something walks down our street whistling softly. You can only hear it if you're in the living room or the kitchen when they walk by, and it always starts at exactly 3:03. The sound starts faint, somewhere near the beginning of the lane near the Carson place. We're towards the middle of the street, so the whistling moves past us before fading away in the direction of the cul-de-sac. When I was younger, my sister and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights to listen. Mom and Dad didn't like that, and we'd catch hell if they found us out there, but they were never too hard on us since we always stuck to the one big rule. Don't try to look at whatever was whistling. My neighborhood is a funny place. I've lived here since I was 6 and I love it. The houses are small but well kept, good-sized yards, plenty of places to roam. There are a lot of other kids here my age. I turned 13 back in October. We grew up together and would always play foursquare in the cul-de-sac, or roam around from back porch to back porch in the summer. This was a good place to grow up. I'm old enough to see it. And there's only the two strange things here, the night whistling and the good luck. The whistling never bothered me much. Like I said, I couldn't even hear it from my bedroom. But Mom and Dad don't like talking about it, so I've stopped asking questions. My dad is a strong guy, tall and calm. He has an accent since he moved to the U.S. as a kid. His family, my grandparents, they're from the islands. That's what they call it. My dad, the only time he isn't so calm is if the whistler comes up. He talks a little quicker then, eyes move faster, and he tells us not to think about it so much, and to always remember the one rule, the big rule. Don't try to look outside when the whistler goes past. Not that we could look even if we wanted. See, there are shutters on the inside of every window, thick pieces of heavy canvas that pull down from the top and latch to the bottom of the window frame. Each latch even has a small lock, about the size of what you'd find on a diary. My dad locks those shutters every night before we all go to bed and keeps the key in his room. My mom, I don't know what she thinks about the whistling. I've seen her out in the living room before at 3:03 when the sound starts. I could see her if I cracked my door open just an inch to peek. She's not out there often. At least I haven't caught her much. But once or twice a month I think she sits out there on our big red couch just listening. The whistler has the same tune every night. It's cheerful. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Remember how I said there are two odd things about where I live? Well, besides our night whistler, everyone in my neighborhood is really lucky. It's hard to explain, and Dad doesn't like us talking about this part much either. But good things just seem to happen to people around here a lot. Usually, it's small things, winning a radio contest, or getting an unexpected promotion at work, or finding some arrowheads buried in the yard, you know, the authentic kind. The weather is pretty good, and there's no crime, and everybody's gardens bloom extra bright in the fall. A million little blessings, I've heard my mom say about living here, but the main reason we stay here, why we moved here in the first place, is my sister Nola. She was born very sick, something with her lungs. We couldn't even bring her home when she was born, only visit her in the hospital. She was so small, I remember. Small even compared to the other babies. A machine had to breathe for her. We moved into our house here to be closer to the hospital. As soon as we moved here, Nola started getting better. The doctors couldn't figure it out. They chalked it up to whatever they were doing, but we all could tell they were confused. But my parents knew, even I knew, Nola getting better was just another of the million little blessings we got for living in our neighborhood. So that's why we stayed even after we found out that for every small miracle that happens here every day now and then, some bad things happen. But they only happen if you look for the whistler. See, our neighborhood has a welcoming committee. They show up with macaroni casserole and a gift basket and a manila folder whenever someone new moves in. They're very friendly. 4 people showed up when we moved in 7 years ago. The committee made small talk, gave me a Snickers bar, and took turns holding Nola. It was her first week out of the hospital, so they were extra careful. Then the committee asked to speak to my parents in private, so I was sent to my room where I still managed to hear nearly every word. The welcoming committee told my parents about how nice the neighborhood was, really exceptionally. Hard to explain, kind of nice. And then they told my parents about the even harder to explain whistling that happened every morning at 3:03 and ended at the tick of 3:05. The group, our new neighbors, warned my parents that the whistling was quiet, would never harm or hurt us, as long as we didn't look for what was making the sound. This part they stressed, and I pushed my ear into the door, straining to hear them. People who went looking for the whistler had their luck change, sometimes tragically. A black cloud would hang over anyone that looked. Anything that could go wrong would. The manila envelope the committee brought over contained newspaper clippings, stories about car crashes and ruined lives, public deaths and freak accidents. Not everyone dies, I heard the head of the committee tell my dad, but the life goes out of them. Even if they live, there's no light in them ever again. No presence. My mom, I could tell she wasn't taking it seriously. She kept asking if this was some prank they play on new neighbors. At one point my mom got angry, accused the committee of trying to scare us out of our new home, asked them if they were racist on account of my dad being from the islands. My dad calmed her down, told her he could tell our new neighbors were sincere, and they were just trying to help us. He explained that he grew up hearing these kinds of stories from his mom, and that he knew there were strange things that walked among us. Some of those strange things were good, and some were bad, but most were just different. After the committee left, Dad went out to the hardware store, bought the canvas blinds, the latches and the locks, and installed them on every window in the house after dinner. That first night in our new house, I crept out of my room at 3 a.m., only to find my dad awake sitting on the living room couch, holding my baby sister. My dad held up his finger in a shh motion but patted the couch next to him. I sat, and we waited. At exactly 3:03 we heard the whistling. Da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum. It came and it went, just like our neighbors said. The whistling returns each night, and we never look, and we enjoy our million little blessings every day. Nola breathes on her own, and she's grown into a strong, clever girl. My dad even joined the welcoming committee. We don't get new neighbors often. Why would anyone want to leave? But when a new family moves in, my dad and the committee bring them macaroni casserole, a gift basket, and the manila folder. I can always tell by the look on my dad's face when he comes back if the family took the committee seriously or if we'd be getting new neighbors again very soon. Not long ago, a family moved in directly next to us. The previous owner, Ms. Maddie, passed away at age 105. She'd lived a good, long life. Our new neighbors seemed like they'd fit in just fine. They believed the welcoming committee, took my dad's advice about the locking shutters since they had a young child of their own. Whatever newspaper clippings were in that manila envelope, whatever evidence, my dad never let us see. But I imagine it must have been awfully convincing since our neighbors got along with no issues for the first month. One night, when our new neighbors had to leave town, they sent their son, Holden, to stay with us. He was 12, a year under me in school. I didn't know him well before that night, but as soon as his parents dropped him off after dinner, I could tell it was going to be a bad time. "Do you know who is always out there whistling every night?" Holden asked the moment the adults left the room. The three of us were sitting in the den, some Disney movie playing idly on the television. My sister and I exchanged a glance. "We don't talk about that," I said. "I think it's that weirdo that lives in the big yellow house on the corner," Holden said. "Mr. Tolles?" my sister asked. "No way, he's really nice." Holden shrugged. "Must be a psycho killer then." Nola tensed. "We don't talk about it," I repeated. "Let's go in my room and play Nintendo." We spent the next few hours playing games, eating popcorn and then watching movies. A typical sleepover, but I could see Holden was getting antsy. After my parents had wished us a good night, locked the blinds and gone to bed, Holden stood up from his beanbag and walked over to where Nola and I were sitting on my bed. "Have you ever even tried looking?" he asked. "It's nearly time." Like most sleepovers, we'd conveniently ignored any suggestion of a bedtime. I was shocked to see he was right. It was almost 3 a.m. I sighed. "We don't." "See, I can't. I can't even try to look because my dad locks the blinds every night and hides the key," he continued, ignoring me. "So does our dad," said Nola. "No," replied Holden. "No, he doesn't." "You saw him do it," I said, a little sharper than I meant to sound. Holden grinned. "Your dad locks the blinds. Yeah, but he doesn't hide the key. He keeps it right on his normal keychain." "So?" I asked, worried I already knew what he would say next, because I had noticed that my dad didn't bother hiding the key anymore after all of these years, because he knew we took it seriously. "So, after your dad locked up, but before your parents went to bed, I went to the bathroom, and on my way, I may have peeked into their room, and I may have seen your dad's keychain on his nightstand, and I maybe went and borrowed the key to blinds." Nola and I stared, and his grin only grew wider. "You're lying," I said. Holden shrugged. "You can check if you want. Just open your parents' door and look. You'll see his keychain right there on the nightstand." "Stay here," I told both of them. "Don't move a muscle." I hurried over to my parents' room but hesitated at the door. If Holden wasn't lying, my dad would be angry, beyond angry. I was scared thinking about it, but more scared of an open window with the whistler right outside. I opened the door, barely an inch, and looked in, but it was too dark to see. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the room. 2 steps into the dark, I froze. The whistling started, and I could hear it clearly from my parents' room. I never realized, but they must have heard the sound every night since we moved into the house. They never told us. I don't think I could have slept through it. I stood there, listening to the whistling come closer, unsure whether I should turn on a light or call out for my dad. Soft sounds from the living room brought me back to reality. "Nola!" I yelled, running out of my parents' room. Holden and Nola were standing near the front door next to a window. Holden wasn't lying. I could see him fumbling with the lock on one of the blinds. I heard a click. He did have the key. Holden let out a quick laugh. Nola stood next to him, hunched up, afraid but maybe curious. The whistling was right outside our house now. I think I made a sound, called out. I can't remember. Time felt frozen, clock hands nailed to the face. But I found myself moving. I'm not fast. I've never been athletic. Somehow, though, I covered the space between myself and Nola in a moment. My eyes were locked on her, but I heard Holden pull the blind all the way down so it could release. I heard the snap of it start to raise, and I heard the whistling just on the other side of the window. But I had my arms around Nola, and I turned us so she was facing away from the window. At the same time, I jammed my eyes shut. The blind whipped open. The whistling stopped. I felt Nola shaking in my arms. "Don't look, okay?" I told her. "Don't turn around." We were positioned so that she was facing back towards the hallway and I was facing the window. My eyes were still closed. I felt her nod into my shoulder. I reached out with the arm not holding Nola and tried to touch Holden. My hand brushed against his arm. He was shaking worse than Nola. "Holden?" I asked. Silence. I reached past him and gingerly felt for the window, eyes still sealed shut. The glass was cold against my fingertips, colder than it should have been for the time of year. I moved my hand up the window, searching for the string to the blind. The glass began to get warmer the further I reached, and there was a gentle hum feeding back into my fingertips. I tried not to think about what might be on the other side of the window. Finally, I touched the string and yanked the blinds shut. I opened my eyes. In the dim light leaking out from the kitchen, I could make out Holden, pale and small, staring at the now closed window. "Holden?" I asked again. He turned towards me and he screamed. Everything became a flurry of motion. Lights sparked to life in the hall, then the living room. My parents' footsteps thudded across the hardwood floor. I didn't turn to look back at them. My eyes were glued to Holden. He was pale, had bit his lips so hard there was a thin red line of blood running down his chin, and he'd wet himself. "What happened?" my dad asked from behind me. I managed to swivel away from Holden and look back. He looked. I'd never seen my dad scared before, but I saw it that night, in that moment. An old, ugly terror stitched on his face. A parent's fear. "Just Holden?" he mouthed to me. I nodded yes. My dad let out a breath. He looked so relieved I nearly expected him to cheer. But then he turned to Holden and my dad's face changed. I wondered if he felt bad for feeling good that Holden was the only one that looked. There was a knock at the door. We all froze. Holden whimpered. "Don't answer it," my mom said. She stood at the threshold of the hall. I'd always thought she was a skeptic and just humored my dad about the windows and the whistler. But that night we were all believers. I noticed that both of my parents held baseball bats they must have taken from their bedroom. The knock came again, a little louder this time. "Please don't open the door," Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him, hugged him close. "We won't," my dad promised, still holding his bat. "Nothing is coming in here tonight." Thud, thud, thud. This time the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again and Nola clutched her arms around my neck. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close. Thud, thud, thud. "Call the police," my mom whispered to my dad. The knocking instantly stopped. My dad looked over his shoulder at us. "Do you think..." He was cut off by frantic knocking that trailed off to a polite tap, tap, tap. "Police," something said from the other side of the door. The voice from outside sounded exactly like my mom, like a parrot repeating the words back to her. "Police, call the police. Tap, 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 police." My mom pulled us closer. "Police, police, police, police." "Please stop," I heard her whisper. "I don't think calling them will help," my dad said. "How will we know when they're the ones at the door?" The knocking came back harder than before. The door shook. Then it stopped. After a long moment, I heard the knocking again, but it was coming from our back door. We all turned together towards the back door, but the knocking immediately returned to the front door. Front to back to front. Loud, then quiet, then loud again. Suddenly, the sound was coming from both doors at once. Big, heavy blows like a sledgehammer. Then something started rapping against all of the windows in the house. Then the walls. It was like we were living inside a drum with a dozen people trying to play at once. Or we were a turtle and something was attempting to claw us out of our shell. "Stop!" Holden yelled. The knocking died. "I won't tell," Holden said, staring at the door. "I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Just please go away." We waited for nearly a minute. Then we heard it, a soft tap, tap, tap coming from the window Holden had looked through earlier. Holden started to cry, sobbing like a prisoner watching gallows being built outside their cell. My dad held him, brushed his hair, but never lied to him, never told him things would be okay. The tapping at the window went on for the rest of the night. We huddled together in the living room for, I don't know how long. Eventually, my mom tried to take us kids into my room while my dad stayed to watch the door. But the second we moved into my bedroom, the knocking came back, so loud it was possible to ignore. I was afraid the door couldn't take it. We went back to the living room, and the knocking stopped. Only the tap, tap, tap on the window remained. None of us slept that night. The tapping stopped around 7 a.m. That's about the time the sun comes up here. We waited another 2 hours before my dad opened the blinds from one window. He made us all go back to my parents' bedroom first. I heard him open the door, then come back in. "Okay," he told us. "It's done." Holden's parents came back around lunchtime. My mom and dad walked Holden over to his house, and they all went inside for quite a while. Nola and I watched from the window. She stuck to me the whole day, right at my side, sometimes holding my hand. When my parents came back, they looked grim, but wouldn't tell us what they said to Holden's family. It was a Sunday, so we all spent the day together, ordered pizza and watched movies. That night, everyone slept in my room, Nola and my mom in the bed with me, my dad in a chair he'd pulled over. There was no knocking that night or any night since. We didn't see much of Holden or his parents for the rest of that week, but by Thursday, there was a moving truck in their driveway. Nola and I watched them packing up the whole afternoon after school. What sticks with me most is how tired Holden and his parents looked. All three had the same pallor, grim mouths, and lightless eyes. Even from across the street, I could tell something was very wrong. Holden and his family were gone before sunset. I remember what the original welcoming committee said to my parents when we moved in. Not everyone who looks at the Whistler dies, but even those that live have the light go out of them, and the rest of their lives are full of misfortune, a million little tragedies. I think Holden's parents must have looked, either to comfort him if they didn't believe or share the burden if they did. I watched Nola some days, happy and young and alive, and I wonder if I'd been slower. If she'd looked out the window that night, would I have looked too? To comfort her? To share that burden? I'm glad I don't have to find out. We still live in that house, in that neighborhood. We still hear our whistler walking past every night. The blessings, the luck, the good things here are too good to leave, but we're careful. We don't have friends over to spend the night anymore, and my dad hides the key to the blinds very, very well. Not that I've gone looking. Some things you just don't need to look for. Who is on my bed? My story begins with a moment so ordinary that it feels like a cruel twist of fate to think how it all spiraled out of control. I've replayed it in my head countless times, dissecting every second, trying to pinpoint the exact moment when everything crossed into the inexplicable. But the truth is, it wasn't a moment. It was an unraveling, slow and deliberate, like a spider spinning its web around me. It was a late autumn evening, the kind where the chill nips at your face and the smell of wood smoke lingers in the air. My son, Ethan, was 7 at the time, a bright, curious boy who loved bedtime stories as much as he feared the dark. Every night, I would tuck him in, tell him a story, and kiss him good night. It was our ritual, and he clung to it with the stubbornness only children can muster. That night was no different, or so I thought. I pushed open his bedroom door, the faint creak breaking the stillness. The room was bathed in the soft glow of his bedside lamp, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Ethan was already under his blanket, his small frame a lump beneath the covers. He was smiling, but something about that smile, it wasn't right. It stretched too wide, too stiff, as if it were painted on. "You okay, buddy?" I asked, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. He nodded, the grin never faltering. "Daddy, check for monsters under my bed." I chuckled, a half-hearted attempt to mask my unease. It wasn't unusual for Ethan to have these little fears. Kids' imaginations run wild, and checking under the bed was as much a part of our routine as the bedtime story. I got down on my knees, the wooden floor cold against my skin. I lifted the edge of the blanket and peered into the darkness beneath the bed. And that's when I saw him. Ethan, my son, pale, wide-eyed and trembling. He stared back at me with an expression of pure terror. His voice was barely a whisper, but the words he spoke hit me like a sledgehammer. "Daddy, there's someone on my bed." For a moment, I froze, my brain unable to process what I was seeing, hearing. I glanced back at the bed, where the other Ethan, the thing pretending to be my son, still lay, grinning that awful grin. Everything after that moment is a blur of panic and disbelief. I grabbed the Ethan under the bed and pulled him into my arms, his little body trembling against mine. When I looked back at the bed, it was empty. The thing that had been lying there was gone, as if it had never been there at all. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that I could chalk it up to a hallucination or some twisted trick of my imagination. But it wasn't. It was only the beginning. That night, Ethan slept in my bed, clinging to me like a lifeline. I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lights on and the bedroom door locked, my ears straining for any sound, my eyes darting to every shadow. The house felt different. It was as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting. The next morning, I searched Ethan's room from top to bottom. I checked the closet, the drawers, every nook and cranny where something could hide, but there was nothing, no sign of anyone or anything. And yet, the unease lingered, a constant presence just out of reach. In the days that followed, strange things began to happen. It started small, objects moving from where I'd left them, faint whispers in the dead of night, the sensation of being watched. Ethan grew quieter, more withdrawn. He wouldn't go into his room alone, and he refused to talk about what had happened that night. Then, one evening, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from Ethan's room. I crept down the hallway, my heart pounding with each step. The door was slightly ajar, the light inside flickering as if the bulb were struggling to stay alive. I pushed the door open and froze. Ethan was sitting on the floor, his back to me. He was humming a tune I didn't recognize, low and haunting. In front of him was a row of his toys, arranged in a perfect circle, and in the center of that circle was a single, charred handprint, burned into the wooden floor. When I called out to him, he didn't respond. I had to physically shake him to snap him out of whatever trance he was in. He looked up at me with tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling as he said, "I didn't do it, Daddy. They made me do it." I didn't ask who they were. I didn't want to know. I just wanted to get out of that house, to take my son and run. But where do you run when the thing you're fleeing isn't bound by walls or distance? I wish I could say I found the answer. I wish I could say we escaped. But the truth is, we're still here. The whispers haven't stopped. The shadows haven't left. And every night when I tuck Ethan into bed, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that something is waiting, just out of sight, wearing a smile that doesn't belong. I've tried everything: priests, paranormal investigators, even moving to a new house. But it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's not tied to a place. It's tied to us, to Ethan. So now I'm writing this down, not as a cry for help, I've long since given up on that, but as a warning. If you ever hear that soft, rhythmic tapping in the dead of night, or see a smile that stretches too wide, don't look. Don't investigate, just run, and pray that it doesn't follow you. My sister discovered a universal language, but she hasn't spoken a word since 2003. My sister is a genius. When she was about 13, she made this device that honestly still blows my mind. I've spent my entire life studying physics, and I still don't know what she did, or how, which is probably for the best considering how this all played out. I don't know how she did it, but what I do know is, in the summer of 2003, the laws governing matter and atomic mass didn't seem to affect her anymore. She was invisible to the human eye, and she was speaking a universal language we've never been able to identify or reproduce. Before I get into this, though, have you ever seen Firefly? Allow me to quote, "I am very smart. I went to the best medikid in Osiris, top 3% of my class, finished my internship in 8 months. Gifted is the term. So when I tell you that my little sister makes me look like an idiot child, I want you to understand my full meaning. This could have been written about me and my sisters. We come from a long line of gifted people. My father is a neurologist, my mother works for SpaceX, and my eldest sister is an artist whose work has been featured in galleries since she was 12. I'm a full-time research associate of high-energy density physics at a university I can't name without risking my career. And like Simon Tam from Firefly before me, I don't tell you all of this to flaunt our intelligence or to make us look special. I tell you this so you can fully understand what I mean when I say Neurali made us all look like idiot children. In 2003, I was about to turn 17. My interests weren't like most teen girls. so I won't bore you with the details of what I found more entertaining than TV, books, or the mall. But more often than not, I was occupied with personal research projects. The first time Nirali made herself invisible, I was in the middle of a research rabbit hole. I was deep into some really heady academic articles when I heard Nirali pipe up behind me. "They're wrong, you know." I groaned inwardly. We'd had the knocking talk, but she was still so bad at respecting boundaries. "Nirali, what did we say about knocking?" "Oh," she said, and sounded genuinely surprised. "I didn't think about the door." "What?" I frowned and spun my chair around to look at her. My room was empty. "Wait, empty?" I looked around briefly before rubbing my eyes, wondering when I'd slept last and already writing the conversation off as an auditory hallucination. Shaking my head, I started to turn back to my computer when I heard her giggle. "All right, jerkhole, where are you?" "Right here," she giggled, her voice coming from directly in front of me. "What the... how? Did you hide the speakers again?" I stood up, taking a moment to really look around the room. She'd pulled a prank like this before, hiding a complex set of speakers she'd modified to create a confluence of sound she could manipulate. It would sound like someone was anywhere in the room, she specified. She'd even made it sound like she was moving around. It was really impressive, especially since she'd only been 10 at the time. This time, though, she'd either gotten much better at hiding the speakers or something else was going on. She giggled again. "No speakers, just me." "Okay, just me, but how?" I folded my arms, looking in the direction of her disembodied voice. "That's going to be hard to explain." That was Nirali for "you won't get it." "Try me," I said, "because I'm stubborn." She did, though, and I didn't. I had the beginnings of a migraine chewing on my right eye by the time she was done. Almost none of it made sense. There was something about atomic frequencies and post-dimensional drift, superliminal desynchronization, and something she dubbed the Planck supertemporal parallel. It was all way over my head. "Okay," I said, rubbing my temple as I tried to digest it all. "But how did you get here?" I walked. Infuriating. "I mean, how did you get in here?" I gestured widely to the door, which was closed, and the walls around us. "Oh." I could hear the shrug in her voice. "I just walked where the walls weren't." I squinted at the spot I thought she was standing. "You... what?" She sighed. It was a special sigh. It was the kind of sigh that told you someone much smarter than you was put out at having to dumb something down enough for you to understand. An embarrassed heat flooded my cheeks. I knew she was smarter than me, smarter than all of us, but it still made me feel like I'd failed simple math in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson and a puppy, and they were both disappointed. "I walked where the walls weren't. The walls aren't everywhere, Divya. In fact, in most places, like realities, the walls aren't there at all, so I just walked in those places." I wanted to see the proofs of this statement, though I knew she wouldn't have bothered writing them down, except in scraps and incomplete snippets that only made sense to her. I also knew the proofs wouldn't make any more sense than her original explanation. Even so, it bothered me that I only understood what she meant in the vaguest, most conceptual way. It wasn't natural for me. That abstractness of thought warred with the linear way of my brain, making actual understanding impossible, and I hated it. Sana would have understood. Her brain worked that way, but not mine. I must have looked like I was struggling with it, and I was, because she continued on. "Where I am, or technically when and how, everything is a Schrodinger's puzzle of is and isn't. All I have to do is observe the places where the state of something isn't and go there. This wasn't helping. It was. I got the basic concept of what she was saying, but in terms of the practical application of physics, it was a mess of meaningless science-y buzzwords. Nothing she said had any foundation in known science. She could have told me, I ate ice cream upside down and chanted purple backwards 30 times and the wall turned to jello, but only as long as I looked at it from a 45-degree angle. And it would have been exactly as scientifically sound as what she'd actually said. Yet she was the one who was invisible, so the limits of my understanding and science itself had no bearing on her corporeal existence. Do you still have a body? Can you see you? Oh yeah, she said, her voice pitched higher in excitement. I look like 100 versions of me laid on top of each other. Looking at my hands and stuff is kinda trippy, but I'm here. Cool. I had no idea what to do with this information. She started giggling again. What now? I can't believe you haven't noticed yet. Noticed what? I couldn't keep the flash of irritation out of my voice. It wasn't easy to accept the premise that she'd managed to trick physics into letting her pass through matter while being imperceptible to the human eye. But I'd had just about all the how much dumber than Nirali are you I could take for one day. What language am I speaking? I had to blink at that and think a moment. It's English, isn't it? She giggled again. Say something, I ordered in my most authoritative big sister voice. Nor again is there anyone who loves or pursues or desires to obtain pain of itself, because it is pain, but because occasionally circumstances occur in which toil and pain can procure him some great pleasure. If I concentrated, I could tell the words she was saying didn't quite match what I was apparently translating in my head, but I couldn't hear them for what they were. Except, wait, is that the lorem ipsum translation from De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum? She giggled again. Yep. Want me to try something in Hindi? Yeah, I said, a little stunned and more than a little curious. Go for it. May he in whose lap shines forth the daughter of the mountain king, who carries the celestial stream on his head, on whose brow rests the crescent moon, whose throat holds poison, and whose breast is support of a huge serpent, and who is adorned by the ashes on his body, may that chief of gods, the Lord of all, the destroyer of the universe, the omnipresent Shiva, the moon-like Shankara, ever protect me. I frowned, torn between focusing on the words and trying to identify what she was quoting. I started mouthing some of the words as my mind ran back over them, and gawped a little as recognition settled in. Did you just quote the Ramcharitmanas Ayodhya Kand invocation? Another giggle. But how? That didn't sound like Hindi at all. Fascinating, she said. It didn't feel like Hindi when I said it, but I was thinking the Hindi words. What did it sound like to you? English, I guess. It didn't sound like anything, but I understood you in English. That's so cool. Can you actually hear something other than English? Kinda. Almost. If I try, I can tell the sounds you're making don't match the meaning of the words I'm not hearing, but understanding. But the meaning overrides everything else, so I can't actually identify individual sounds or phrases. Do you think you could identify the physical linguistics if we went word by word? It may be the processing of complete phrases prevents the identification of individual phonemes. Maybe, I said, shrugging, still trapped in awe of this aspect of her discovery. We could try it. She had me run her through some general object identification to give me a chance to listen for the sounds she was making, and how they differed from the words I knew, the words I was hearing. But I only ever caught the ghosts of divergent beginnings and ends. She thought this was hilarious. I thought it was magical. She started making regular trips to my room in this state, usually after lights out or when our parents were at work. I didn't blame her for sneaking. Sana wasn't into the science stuff, and if our parents knew what we'd been up to, we'd have been grounded for life, especially since Nirali had already been banned from experimental projects at home. The last one had required a lot of external help and several $1,000s to clean up. But someone had to try and catalog this universal lexicon, and this was the only way we had access to it. One night, as we lay awake on the floor naming objects, we'd tried making individual sounds before, but without the intent of meaning behind them, there was no divergence. Nirali froze. I couldn't see her, of course, but something changed. She stilled to the point I worried she'd maybe phased through the floor or something and left me alone. But somehow I still felt her presence along with something sharp and alien I couldn't identify. "Nirali?" I whispered, cold unease settling on me like snow. "Shh." It was her, but so quiet I almost missed it. I felt the urgency behind it, though, and hushed to wait in the silence with her. As the seconds ticked by, a prickling dread crawled across the room. It started at the edges where the shadows were thickest and spread outward, tainting everything it touched, including me. My pulse quickened as a primal paranoia sank in. I knew it was just Nirali and me, but it felt like a predator was stalking the shadows, searching for us, and it was only our silence that kept it from pouncing. To keep the paranoia at bay, I focused on the warm red readout of the clock above my desk. The slowly changing numbers were soothing and hypnotic. They dulled the edges of my fear until, at some point between midnight and 2 a.m., I fell asleep. I only realized this when Nirali finally whispered my name, pulling me back to reality. "Divya, wake up." I swam back to consciousness slowly, shaking off the half-formed discomfort of a dream I couldn't remember. It's gone now. What's gone? I rubbed the sleep still clogging my vision and blinked at the clock above my desk. So late. Had we really been laying on the floor for 2 hours? Nirali didn't answer. Not for a long time. Long enough that I thought maybe I'd dreamed her waking me up entirely. "The shadow behind the walls," she whispered, cutting the silence away like cobwebs. There was a weight to her words I couldn't describe that tickled the primal centers of my brain again, an ancient urge calling to me, telling me to hide. "The... what?" I croaked, propping myself up on my elbows. But Nirali was gone, not just quiet. There was a difference in the room when she left, and I could always sense it, even if she didn't say she was going. A few minutes later, she was at my bedroom door, actually knocking. The sound startled me, giving my heart a sudden workout with a spike of adrenaline. I snuck over to the door to let her in, too keenly aware of the night around me and jumping at shadows I suddenly worried couldn't be trusted. Without a word, she slipped past me and crawled into bed, hiding beneath the covers with her knees against the wall and her back to me. I took my cue as it was offered and crawled in behind her, offering myself as protection against the night. Sleep was slow in coming as my body flushed the survival instinct from its veins. But eventually it must have come as the next thing I knew, the sun was peeking through the windows, and Nirali was watching me sleep. "Divya?" Nirali said my name like she was testing it, as if she didn't expect to hear it again. "Yeah?" "Nothing," she said, curling back under the covers before adding, "Thanks." It was a week before she came to me through the walls again. "I think it's drawn to the language," she said, pulling me out of a dream about superfluid. "What is?" I yawned, oddly comfortable with the resumption of our nightly conversations. "The shadow behind the walls." "What is that?" "I don't know. Something big. Something old. Older than time, maybe." "What's with the sauna talk? Older than time?" "I don't know, Divya. That's just what it feels like." She was always like this, caught somewhere between science and emotion, like the perfect cross between me and sauna. I think it allowed her to think abstractly enough to escape the box of the known to innovate, while remaining linear enough to build a new box to house her innovations. But sometimes it meant she didn't have the math to back it up. Sometimes it was just a feeling or the hint of a notion. But even then, Nirali's feelings were always spot on, even if it took science a few decades to prove it. "All right," I said, accepting that answer. It was odd, I realized then, how a few weeks of exposure to what my mind told me was factually impossible opened me to the flexibility of the possible. I was surprised, too, when I noticed my first instinct wasn't to challenge her or demand proof, just because what she said was beyond my experience or immediate comprehension. Instead, I would nod and accept that what she said, what she experienced, was simply truth, and the limitations of my understanding couldn't change that. "What does it want?" "I don't know. I don't think it talks, but I think it listens and understands." "That's unsettling," I said, shifting under the covers. The superstitious child in me made sure my feet were hidden in the center of the bed because the shadows still couldn't be trusted. She hummed her agreement. "It's not the only thing here, though." A chill surged through me, prompting my heart into a panicked gallop. "What do you mean?" "I mean there are other things, big things, old things. Most of them can't see me, I think. I'm not really where they are, same as I'm not really where you are, but they can hear me, same as you." "Are you safe?" Nirali was silent. My stomach churned, because I knew it meant something big and old and dangerous was near enough to pose a threat. After several minutes passed, she answered, "Sometimes, only sometimes." I sat up, staring at the spot on the floor where she would have been seated. "Only sometimes." "Then why are we still doing this, Nirali? I wouldn't have agreed if I knew you were in danger." "I know," she said quietly, "but there's so much here. If I focus on a color, I can experience everything that color has ever been and ever will be. If I think about a time, I'm sitting in what used to be here, or sometimes what will be here, watching a blur of activity that won't happen for another 1,000 years. I've seen cities you can't even begin to imagine, made of glittering bone and glass, monolithic wonders to shame the gods. Last night I was standing in the center of a black hole, not a hologram or a simulation, but an actual black hole. Captured, contained, reproduced, harnessed, I don't know what, but it was here, and so was I. And through the black hole I saw so many other universes, all laid out like mirrors into infinity." "Nirali," I whispered, both awed and terrified. Had she been experiencing these things every night? All the hours we talked about nothing and nonsense? "But there are also bigger things," she said, her voice dipping into darkness. "Things that hide in the glint of starlight on glass. Things that follow me back from the future and wait for me in the past. They skip like stones on water, only touching the surface for a minute and never with their whole selves. But even that much is too much. It hurts to look at them. They're too many shapes at once, and all of them are hungry in ways I don't understand." tears welled in my eyes as I listened to her. It hurt to accept these things as truth. I couldn't understand them or touch them or even experience them myself. But I had to accept they were real, because my sister was invisible. She could pass through matter at will and spoke a universal language to me every night. But accepting all that also meant accepting that my sister spent every night compelled by her own curiosity to go back to this dangerous state again and again, only to be terrified by what waited in between. I'm glad they can't see me, but I don't think that will be true much longer. What? Why? The shadow behind the walls has been in my room all week. I can feel it following me around. It's listening now, but I don't think it will come in your room again. Nene, you have to stop this. I can't, she said, her voice thick with imminent tears. Of course you can. Just come back and we'll destroy whatever you've been using to shift. We can fix this. No, she said. The word wet and bent beneath an anguish no 13-year-old should have known. You don't understand. What could possibly be worth the risk? My heart broke in the silence that stretched between us. An eternity of pain and longing swirled between us, and one final fragile breath spoke of the tears she held back when she found her voice again. I can't speak English anymore. I didn't understand. Like the first time she described the math to me, this statement defied understanding. What do you mean you can't speak English anymore? I mean I can't speak anything but this stupid between language, Divya. I tried and tried all week, but all that comes out now is this ugly mess of gurgles and scrapes and noises I don't recognize, and I'm so scared. I'm so scared, because they can still hear me when I'm out there with you, and out there I'm not invisible, and you and Sana and Mom and Dad aren't invisible, and none of us are safe when I'm out there, and the only time I can talk right is when I'm in here, she sobbed. When I'm here with you. My heart turned somersaults in my stomach. I let this happen. I should have stopped her the day she showed me her stupid, science-shattering trick. Nene, I whispered, and all I wanted to do was hold her until everything was right. You have to come back. I don't know what we'll do to fix this, but you can't stay there. I know, she said through a heavy veil of tears. I just didn't want to lose you, to lose us. You still have me, but I won't out there, not like this. I didn't have a good answer for her. We'll find a way to fix it, was all I could say, and we both knew it wasn't enough. We also knew that it had to be, because we didn't have a choice. I felt her presence fade, and a few minutes later there was a quiet knock at my door. Nirali stood on the other side, shaking as silent sobs racked her narrow frame. I gathered her up, shutting the door behind her, and together we curled around each other on the floor and cried. We cried until we passed out from exhaustion and woke up long after the sun had risen. I woke to Nirali watching me again and blinked away the haze of tear-stained sleep. Nirali? She nodded, mute, a sadness hanging over her shoulders. Can you? She shook her head. Nothing? She glanced up, looking over me and toward the hall as someone passed by. I could tell a million thoughts were flitting through her head in that moment, most of them conflicting, but after a minute or so, a stony resolution had settled in her eyes, and she scooted closer, waving for me to do the same. Her mouth was almost against my ear when something unimaginably foul rattled from her lips. A shudder of revulsion rocked through me at the sound of each mangled phoneme. I've never been so disgusted and terrified in my life. I could hear her voice, but it was dripping with caustic venom, dragging over hot coals, buried in the deepest ocean and clawing at the edges of sanity with angry talons. It was wrong. And to this day, it was the most vile, viscerally upsetting experience of my life. The words, this language, was never meant to be spoken by man. Science won't support me, but I know in my bones these words have power man wasn't meant to use. And yet, despite my mind rebelling from the mere sound of her voice warped around these hideous words, I still knew what she'd meant, as if she'd said it in English. Don't tell Mom and Dad. Working as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service Part 8, a firefighter who was helping us at the training op told me about a call he'd gone on, supposedly to help rescue a kid from an absolutely massive tree. He said they didn't give him details, just that they needed him to come out and help because they lacked the proper equipment. He'd been called out specifically because this thing was so huge that the SARS didn't feel safe trying to climb it. He'd been a tree trimmer before joining the VFD, so it was easy enough for him to grab his old equipment and come help out. He was led out about 2 miles, and the team stopped at one of the biggest trees in the area and pointed up. He laughed and asked the op captain how the kid had gotten up there, made some joke about the old cat in a tree thing, but the captain just shook his head and told him to get up there and get the kid down. He said he knew something was up, but he didn't push it. He said that as he climbed this tree, he started wondering if they were playing a prank on him. There was no way this kid should have been able to climb this fucking thing. It was massive at the base, but about halfway up it started tapering, and I almost had to turn back a few times because I really didn't think it was going to hold me. But he said he kept going, and when he was just about at the top, he saw a flash of blue in the branches. I saw the kid's shirt sort of caught in a branch, and I called out to him and told him to come near me if he could. But he didn't say anything. I kept moving, calling the kid's name and telling him not to be scared, that I was there to help him. By the time I got to him, I knew he wasn't going to answer me. I found him, or what was left of him, cradled in the fork of a branch, and the fact that he was up there was sheer luck. If he'd fallen any other way, he'd have come crashing down. It wouldn't have mattered though, because this kid was dead long before he ended up in that tree. I don't know who put him there, or how, or why, but it was fucking sick. Kid's intestines had popped out of his mouth and were hanging in the branches. It was like some sick fucking Christmas tree, the way they were draped all over everything. I got a better look and saw they'd even popped out of his ass. His guts were hanging out the bottom of his pants. His eyes were gone, I assumed shoved out from whatever force caused him to fucking pop like a stress ball. You ever seen a body that's been floating in water for a long time, how their tongues kind of swell up and stick out? His was like that. I remember because there were flies crawling all over it. I think I must have gone into shock because, man, I just pushed that kid down with a stick I broke off a branch. Just kind of poked him until he fell. I don't know why I did that. I almost lost my job because of that. But man, the thought of hauling that kid down over my shoulder the whole way, gathering his guts up and coiling them around me like rope so they wouldn't get snagged, I couldn't do it. I've seen a lot of dead kids, more than I'd ever admit. I've seen a kid who hid in a full bathtub during a house fire, boiled him alive, turned him into literal soup. But this, I don't know what did this, but the thought of touching that kid's body made me feel like I was going to lose my mind. I heard him hit the ground, and I figured everyone would freak out, but they knew he was dead when they sent me up there. They didn't say anything, but they didn't shout or freak out or anything. I got to the bottom, and I started to get up in the captain's face, asking him who he thought he was sending me up there when they knew damn well the kid was dead. But he just told me it was none of my concern and thanked me for getting the evidence down. I remember he said that. I remember it specifically because it was so weird to hear it phrased that way. The evidence. Like he wasn't even a person. Like he'd never been a little kid who got lost and had something fucking unspeakable happen to him. The captain had a crew lead me back out of the woods, but he and 2 others stayed behind, and I thought that was weird. Why wouldn't they have me help get the kid out? I tried asking, but the guys leading me out just told me they couldn't discuss an open case. I asked him what he thought had happened to the kid, and he got really pensive and thought about it for a bit. I would have said a crush injury, based on how his guts came out like that. But with those injuries, you see massive contusions under the skin, obvious trauma. This wasn't like that. It was almost like that kid got caught in a big vacuum and had his guts sucked out. But even then, there was no trauma. None at all. It bothers me, man. It bothers the hell out of me. One of the vets at the training op reads No Sleep, and he recognized my stories. He knows me pretty well, and we've swapped stories before. He asked if he could share something he's noticed about the stairs, and some thoughts he had. I'm really glad you decided to share these. I think it's important that people be aware of what's out there, especially since the Forest Service is doing such a good job at covering it all up. I asked him what he meant. What do you mean? What do I mean? The lack of any kind of media attention? No coverage of missing kids, or bodies found miles from where they got lost in the first place? David Paulides hit this right on the head. The FS is doing everything they can to keep people coming here, even if it isn't safe. I mean, to be fair, it's not like these things happen every day, but the numbers add up, and it's worth looking into, especially the stairs. I was surprised you didn't mention the flipped ones. I didn't know what he was talking about. I couldn't remember him ever talking about something like that. He seemed somewhat incredulous. Dude, I can't believe you've been on this long without seeing them. No one told you about them? I shrugged and asked him to elaborate. Well, there's the normal stairs, the ones that pop up when we're out a ways. I know you know about them. But sometimes I've run across ones that are flipped upside down. I guess it would be like if you had a dollhouse and the stairs were a separate piece. Now take that, flip it upside down so the top step is stuck in the dirt, and put it out in the woods. They're like that. I don't see them as often, but they're odd, to say the least. Makes me think of footage taken after a tornado, when houses are all blown apart and random things are left standing, like chimneys and garden walls. Those ones freak me out more than the normal ones because I can't really write those off as easily. I don't scare very easily like most of us who work out here, but that idea stuck with me, and it bothers me. I'm going to try and find more out about them. He also mentioned how many people were bothered by the guy with no face. He got really excited and told me he'd seen something similar. I was out on a training exercise a few years ago. I was camped out in my tent and I heard someone walking around outside of camp. We're told not to wander far, which you know, so I wondered if maybe it was a rookie who'd gotten up to pee and couldn't find his way back. Remember that guy in our group a few years back who almost fell off the damn mountain? Well, I'm paranoid about that happening again, so I got up to see what was going on. I went to the edge of camp, and I called to whoever it was and told them that camp was this way. But they kept going back out into the woods, so I went after them. I know it was stupid, but I was half asleep, and I just really didn't want to deal with some idiot getting hurt. I followed this thing on a dead straight course for about a mile, and then it stopped on the edge of a little river. I could see the outline of it because the water was reflecting the moon, and it looked just like an ordinary guy. He had a pack on, and it looked like he was facing me. I asked if he was okay, if he needed help, and he cocked his head like he didn't understand me. I always have my pocket knife on me, and it's got a little thumb light attached to it, so I turned that on and lit up his chest, so I wouldn't blind him. He was breathing slow and deep, so I wondered if he was sleepwalking. I went closer and asked him again if he was okay. I moved the light up, and something didn't seem right, so I stopped. He kept breathing in this real slow, deep breaths, and I sort of figured out gradually that that's what was bothering me. It was like he was pretending to breathe, but not actually doing it. His breaths were too even and deep, and all his movements were exaggerated, like his shoulders going up and his chest moving. I told him to identify himself, and he made this muffled noise. I moved the light up, and I shit you not, this guy had no face, just smooth skin. I freaked out, and I sort of fumbled my light, but I saw him move toward me, but he didn't actually move. I don't know how to explain it, but 1 second he was at the edge of the river, and the next he was 5 feet from me. I never looked away or blinked. It was like he moved so fast my brain couldn't keep up. I tripped and fell on my ass, and I could see this line open up on his throat. It stretched up to his ears, and his head tilted back, and he smiled at me with his throat. There wasn't any blood, just this gaping dark hole, and I swear he smiled at me with this gash in his throat. I got up and I ran as fast as I could back to camp. I couldn't hear him following me, but I felt like he was always right behind me, even though, when I looked back, I couldn't see him. I calmed down when I got back to camp. The fire was still going, and I guess that pack mentality of being with other people made me stop and breathe a little. I waited by the fire to see if he'd follow me there, but I didn't hear anything else for a few hours, so I went back to bed. I know it sounds weird, but the whole thing was just so surreal that it was almost like I immediately wrote it off as my imagination. We were telling ghost stories one night before bed just to scare each other and poke fun at whoever got creeped out. Most of the time it's the rookies, but one woman told a story that actually managed to get under my skin a little bit, and I know the same was true for others. She said it was true, but then again, every ghost story told around a campfire is true. Somehow, though, I don't think she was making it up. It had that ring of truth that only really traumatizing events have. She said that when she was a kid, she and her friend used to go out in the woods behind her house a lot. She lived in northern Maine, where there's a lot of dense, unpopulated national forest. She said the woods up there aren't like they are here. They're so thick in places that the trees block out the sun almost completely. She and her friend grew up there, so they weren't scared of being out there alone, but they did always maintain a sense of caution in certain areas. She said it was never really talked about, but they always knew not to go more than a mile or two beyond their homes. The adults never said why, but it was an unspoken rule that no one ventured out that far. She and her friend made up stories about bears as big as houses that lived out there, and they used to scare each other by hiding and making growling noises while the others searched for them. She said, one summer, there was a series of awful storms that blew down a lot of trees and set one part of the forest a few miles behind her house on fire. Fire crews got it under control, but she said some of them came back not quite the same. It was like they'd been to war. You could tell who'd really gotten scared because they had the same look on their faces. I think it's called shell shock. My friend and I said they were like Walking Dead people. They didn't smile or say anything if you went up to them, and most of them left town as soon as everything was over. I asked my parents about it, but they said they didn't know what I was talking about. Once everyone was told the woods were safe again, my friend and I decided to try and hike out to where the fire had been. We didn't tell our parents where we were going, and it was pretty exciting to think that we were disobeying them like that. We hiked out about 2 miles or so, and we started seeing burnt trees and stuff. I remember my friend got really upset because we found the skeleton of a deer curled up under a tree, and I practically had to drag her away. She wanted to bury it, but I didn't want her touching it because its antlers were weird. I can't remember why. I just remember thinking that there was something wrong with them, and I didn't want either of us going near it. The farther we went, the more burnt everything got. Eventually, there were no standing trees, and it was like being on another planet. Almost nothing green, just brown and black everywhere. We were standing there looking at it all, and we both heard someone shouting in the distance. I panicked because I thought it was my dad, and that he was going to tell me I was grounded. My friend broke off and went to hide behind a big rock because she said she didn't want to be caught out here. Her parents had forbidden her to come out in the woods at all, and she'd lied and told them we were going to a movie. I followed her, and we kept listening. I could hear this voice getting closer, and I realized they were calling for help. I thought maybe it was some hiker who'd gotten lost and needed directions back to town. That used to happen all the time, so I was used to helping people out. I heard him following my voice, so I kept calling out until I saw him running in the distance. He got closer, and I could see that his face was all red. I told my friend to give me her pack because she had a first aid kit. She made this noise like she was grossed out, and she asked if I saw his face. I told her to shut up, and I jogged up to meet him. I stopped about halfway, and when he stopped in front of me, I could see that his nose and lips and part of his forehead were all gone. It was like they'd been sliced clean off. He was bleeding bad, and I saw that the knees of his pants were red too. I took a step back, but I was too scared to move much, and he grabbed my shoulders. It felt like I got a shock, and he jerked back. He started babbling, and I couldn't tell what he was saying, except that he kept asking how long he'd been gone. He asked me where his unit was, but I just shook my head. He looked me over and he saw my Walkman and he screamed. He just kept babbling and touching his face, and I realized he wasn't wearing the right clothing. He had some kind of weird gray cloth jacket and almost formal pants on, and the jacket had these weird buttons and red borders on it. I kept shaking my head and I told him I couldn't understand what he was saying. I went to open the first aid kit, but he just screamed again and said the only thing I could really understand, "Don't touch me. You'll make me go back there." After that, he ran off, and I could hear him screaming the whole time. When I couldn't hear him anymore, I turned around, and my friend was crying. I just turned around and started walking back toward town. She asked me over and over what had happened and who that was, but I didn't say anything. When we got home, I told her I didn't want to play in the woods with her anymore. We're still friends, but we don't talk about that guy. Not ever. Autopilot. Have you ever forgotten your phone? When did you realize you'd forgotten it? I'm guessing you didn't just smack your forehead and exclaim, "Damn," apropos of nothing. The realization probably didn't dawn on you spontaneously. More likely, you reached for your phone, pawing open your pocket or handbag, and were momentarily confused by it not being there. Then you did a mental re-step of the morning's events. Shit. In my case, my phone's alarm woke me up as normal, but I realized the battery was lower than I expected. It was a new phone, and it had this annoying habit of leaving applications running that drain the battery overnight. So, I put it on to charge while I showered instead of into my bag like normal. It was a momentary slip from the routine, but that was all it took. Once in the shower, my brain got back into the routine. It follows every morning, and that was it. Forgotten. This wasn't just me being clumsy. As I later researched, this is a recognized brain function. Your brain doesn't just work on one level, it works on many. Like when you're walking somewhere, you think about your destination and avoiding hazards, but you don't need to think about keeping your legs moving properly. If you did, the entire world would turn into one massive, hilarious QWOP cosplay. I wasn't thinking about regulating my breathing. I was thinking whether I should grab a coffee on the drive to work. I did. I wasn't thinking about moving my breakfast through my intestines. I was wondering whether I'd finish on time to pick up my daughter Emily from nursery after work, or get stuck with another late fee. This is the thing. There's a level of your brain that just deals with routine, so that the rest of the brain can think about other things. Think about it. Think about your last commute. What do you actually remember? Little, if anything, probably. Most common journeys blur into one, and recalling anyone in particular is scientifically proven to be difficult. Do something often enough, and it becomes routine. Keep doing it, and it stops being processed by the thinking bit of the brain and gets relegated to a part of the brain dedicated to dealing with routine. Your brain keeps doing it without you thinking about it. Soon you think about your route to work as much as you do keeping your legs moving when you walk. As in, not at all. Most people call it autopilot. but there's danger there. If you have a break in your routine, your ability to remember and account for the break is only as good as your ability to stop your brain going into routine mode. My ability to remember my phone being on the counter is only as reliable as my ability to stop my brain entering morning routine mode, which would dictate that my phone is actually in my bag. But I didn't stop my brain entering routine mode. I got in the shower as normal. Routine started, exception forgotten, autopilot engaged. My brain was back in the routine. I showered, I shaved. The radio forecast amazing weather. I gave Emily her breakfast and loaded her into the car. She was so adorable that morning. She complained about the bad sun in the morning blinding her, saying it stopped her having a little sleep on the way to nursery, and left. That was the routine. It didn't matter that my phone was on the counter charging silently. My brain was in the routine, and in the routine my phone was in my bag. This is why I forgot my phone. Not clumsiness, not negligence, nothing more, my brain entering routine mode and overriding the exception. Autopilot engaged. I left for work. It's a swelteringly hot day already. The bad sun had been burning since before my traitorously absent phone woke me. The steering wheel was burning hot to the touch when I sat down. I think I heard Emily shift over behind my driver's seat to get out of the glare. But I got to work, submitted the report, attended the morning meeting. It's not until I took a quick coffee break and reached for my phone that the illusion shattered. I did a mental re-step. I remembered the dying battery. I remembered putting it on to charge. I remembered leaving it there. My phone was on the counter. Autopilot disengaged. Again, therein lies the danger. Until you have that moment, the moment you reach for your phone and shatter the illusion, that part of the brain is still in routine mode. It has no reason to question the facts of the routine. That's why it's a routine. Attrition of repetition. It's not as if anyone could say, "Why didn't you remember your phone? Didn't it occur to you? How could you forget?" You must be negligent. This is to miss the point. My brain was telling me the routine was completed as normal, despite the fact that it wasn't. It wasn't that I forgot my phone. According to my brain, according to the routine, my phone was in my bag. Why would I think to question it? Why would I check? Why would I suddenly remember out of nowhere that my phone was on the counter? My brain was wired into the routine, and the routine was that my phone was in my bag. The day continued to bake. The morning haze gave way to the relentless fever heat of the afternoon. Tarmac bubbled. The direct beams of heat threatened to crack the pavement. People swapped coffees for iced smoothies. Jackets discarded, sleeves rolled up, ties loosened, brows mopped. The park slowly filled with sunbathers and BBQs. Window frames threatened to warp. The thermometer continued to swell. Thank the offices were air-conditioned. But as ever, the furnace of the day gave way to a cooler evening. Another day, another $1. Still cursing myself for forgetting my phone, I drove home. The day's heat had baked the inside of the car, releasing a horrible smell from somewhere. When I arrived on the driveway, the stones crunching comfortingly under my tires, my wife greeted me at the door. "Where's Emily?" As if the phone wasn't bad enough. After everything, I'd left Emily at the nursery after all. I immediately sped back to the nursery. I got to the door and started practicing my excuses, wondering vainly if I could charm my way out of a late fee. I saw a piece of paper stuck to the door. "Due to vandalism overnight, please use side door. Today only." Overnight? What? The door was fine this morning. I froze. My knees shook. Vandals. A change in the routine. My phone was on the counter. I hadn't been here this morning. My phone was on the counter. I'd driven past because I was drinking my coffee. I'd not dropped off Emily. My phone was on the counter. She'd moved her seat. I hadn't seen her in the mirror. My phone was on the counter. She'd fallen asleep out of the bad sun. She didn't speak when I drove past her nursery. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine and I'd forgotten to drop her off. My phone was on the counter. 9 hours. That car, that baking sun, no air, no water, no power, no help. That heat, a steering wheel too hot to touch. That smell. I walked to the car door, number shock. I opened the door. My phone was on the counter and my daughter was dead. Autopilot disengaged. The yellow fog. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at St. Augustine's Artists' Commune wasn't the converted church's imposing Gothic spires, or the way its weather-darkened stone seemed to absorb the weak autumn light. It was the smell, an earthy, almost sweet decay that reminded me of compost and something else I couldn't quite place. I would later learn that the surrounding woods were famous for their mushrooms, but at that moment, standing in the perpetual drizzle with my suitcase and art supplies, the scent only made me wonder if I'd made a mistake accepting the residency. Marion Blackwood? A tall woman with silver-streaked hair emerged from behind the heavy wooden doors. I'm Diana Winthrop, the director. We spoke on the phone. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she gestured for me to follow her inside. You're just in time for evening meditation. We ring the bells at sunset. The interior was darker than I expected, despite the rows of tall windows. Maybe it was the weather, that strange yellow-tinted fog that had followed me for the last few miles of my drive, or maybe it was the way the old church seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. My boots echoed on the stone floor as Diana led me past what must have been the nave, now subdivided into individual studio spaces by hanging canvas partitions. Your studio is in the north transept, Diana said, her voice carrying that particular New England crispness that made everything sound like a gentle criticism. You'll find all the basic supplies, though I see you've brought your own. She glanced at my wrapped canvases with what might have been disapproval. I clutched my favorite brushes closer to my chest. Handmade sable that had cost 3 months' rent but were worth every penny for the way they seemed to anticipate my movements, extending my intent directly onto the canvas. I prefer to use my own tools, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was something about Diana that made me feel like I was back in art school, defending my thesis to a particularly unimpressed committee. Of course, she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. We find that true artists can create with anything, but comfort is important for beginners. Before I could protest that I was hardly a beginner, I had a moderately successful gallery show just last year. A sound cut through the air that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't quite a bell, though that's what Diana had called it. It was deeper, more resonant, like someone had struck a massive tuning fork. The vibration seemed to travel through the stone floor and up into my bones. Ah, right on time, Diana said, checking her watch. 4:45. We keep to a strict schedule here. You'll learn to appreciate the routine. She turned to me with that same not-quite smile. Would you like to settle in first, or join us for meditation? My head was starting to ache, either from the drive or that strange bell tone that seemed to linger in the air. I think I'll unpack, I said. It was a long trip. As you wish. Was that disappointment in her voice? The others will be eager to meet you at dinner. We've heard so much about your unique perspective on sacred geometry." I watched her walk away, her footsteps impossibly quiet on the stone floor, and tried to remember if I'd mentioned sacred geometry in my application. I didn't think I had. My work dealt primarily with organic forms, particularly mushrooms and their mycelial networks. I'd been fascinated by their hidden connections ever since I'd found that fairy ring in my parents' backyard as a child. My assigned studio space was smaller than I'd expected, but the north-facing windows would provide good light, assuming the sun ever broke through the fog. Someone had already set up an easel and a basic set of supplies: student-grade acrylics, synthetic brushes, the kind of materials I hadn't used since undergraduate studies. But it was the canvas that drew my attention. A large square piece, already primed and stretched, positioned precisely in the center of the easel. I stepped closer, frowning. The surface wasn't completely white. In the dim light, I could make out faint lines, geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. They reminded me of the growth patterns of certain fungi, the way they spread underground in perfect mathematics. "Oh, don't mind that." The voice behind me made me jump. A young man stood in the doorway, pale and thin with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost like bruises. "Sometimes the old works bleed through. I'm James, by the way. Studio next door." "Marion," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "What do you mean, bleed through?" James shrugged, a jerky movement that reminded me of a puppet on strings. "This place has history. Art has memory. You'll see." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. His breath smelled of earth and copper. "Just don't try to paint over them. It doesn't work. Trust me." Before I could ask what he meant, another bell tone filled the air, different from the first, higher, almost piercing. James straightened up as if pulled by invisible wires. "That's the second call. You should come to meditation. It helps with the dreams." "What dreams?" But he was already gone, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. I turned back to the canvas, but in the fading light I couldn't make out the patterns anymore. Just white space, waiting to be filled. I spent the next hour unpacking, trying to arrange my space into something that felt like mine. The studio had a small attached bedroom, more of a cell really, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a dresser. The bathroom was shared down the hall. As I hung my clothes in the tiny closet, I noticed a faint discoloration on the wall behind it, spreading up from the baseboard like watercolor blooming on wet paper. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, it almost looked like it was moving. The third bell came just as I was setting up my paints. This one was different again, deeper than the first, but with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I had to grip the edge of the table until it passed, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. Dinner, it turned out, was served in what must have been the church's refectory, a long, narrow room with a vaulted ceiling that made every clink of cutlery echo. There were 12 other residents, I learned, though only 8 were at dinner that night. The others are deep in their work, Diana explained from her place at the head of the table. We don't disturb the process once it really takes hold. The food was simple but strange, mushroom soup that tasted both familiar and wrong somehow, and bread that had an odd yellow tinge to it. I found myself eating more than I meant to, though I wasn't particularly hungry. There was something compelling about the flavor, something that made me want to analyze it, break it down to its components. "It's the local fungi," said the woman next to me, Sarah, I thought her name was, though everyone had been introduced too quickly for me to keep track. They have unique properties, perfect for artistic inspiration. She smiled, and I noticed a faint yellow stain at the corner of her mouth. Diana forages them herself. I looked down at my bowl, suddenly less hungry. I didn't know mushrooms could be that color naturally. Oh, nothing about them is natural, James said from across the table. That's what makes them. He cut off abruptly as Diana cleared her throat. Perhaps we should discuss your work, Marion, Diana said smoothly. We're all very interested in your process. The way she said process made it sound like an accusation. I took a sip of water, trying to wash away the lingering taste of the soup. I work primarily with organic forms, I began, falling into my usual artist statement. I'm interested in the hidden connections between things, the networks that exist just below the surface. Yes, Diana interrupted. But what are you really looking for? The question caught me off guard. I'm not sure what you mean. Nobody comes to St. Augustine's by accident, Sarah said, her voice soft but intense. We're all searching for something, the truth beneath the truth, the pattern behind the pattern. I'm just here to work, I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something else, something that had drawn me to this place when I saw the residency listing. Something about the way the application had seemed to read my thoughts before I had them. Of course you are, Diana said, that not quite smile again. And work you shall, starting tomorrow. The morning bell rings at sunrise. That night I dreamed of mushrooms. They pushed up through the floorboards of my small room, pale and pulsing with their own inner light. In the dream, I watched them grow, fascinated by their geometric perfection. They formed patterns, circles, spirals, complex fractals that seemed to contain infinite depth. I wanted to paint them, to capture their impossible mathematics, but when I reached for my brushes, they squirmed in my hand like living things. I woke to the first bell of morning, my sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The dream clung to me like cobwebs, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw faint circles on the floor, glowing in the pre-dawn light. But when I blinked, they were gone. The fog was thicker than ever, pressing against the windows like something alive. Its yellow tint seemed stronger in the morning light, giving everything a jaundiced, sickly cast. I dressed quickly, shivering. The heat didn't seem to work properly in this part of the building, and made my way to the bathroom. The mirrors were all covered with cloth. When I tried to pull one down, I found it had been nailed in place. We find reflections distracting, said a voice behind me. I turned to see an older man I didn't remember from dinner. His eyes were the same yellow as the fog. Best to focus inward here. That's where the truth lies. I nodded as if this made perfect sense and hurried back to my studio. The canvas was waiting for me, those faint geometric patterns more visible in the morning light. They seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat, though I told myself it must be a trick of the light. I set up my paints, laying out my brushes with careful precision. They were my touchstone, my connection to the real world of galleries and critics and normal artistic concerns. I picked up my favorite, the finest sable for detail work, and turned to the canvas. The patterns were gone. The surface was pristine white, as if newly primed. But when I moved my head slightly, I could see them again, just at the edge of my vision, like after images from staring at the sun. They do that, James said from the doorway. I hadn't heard him approach. They hide themselves until they're ready to be seen, like mushrooms before they fruit. There's nothing there, I said firmly, more to convince myself than him. It's just a blank canvas. He made that puppet jerk shrug again. If you say so. But you might want to try working with them instead of fighting them. It's easier that way. Less painful. Before I could ask what he meant, the second bell rang. This time the sound seemed to have color, a deep, pulsing yellow that matched the fog. I closed my eyes, but I could still see it behind my eyelids, forming those same geometric patterns I'd seen on the canvas. "Time for morning meditation?" James said. His voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. "You should come. It helps with the adjustment." I wanted to refuse, to stay in my studio and start working on something normal, a still life maybe, or some preliminary sketches. But my feet were already moving, following James down the corridor to what had once been the church's main sanctuary. The other residents were already there, sitting in a circle on cushions. Diana stood in the center, holding something that looked like a bell, but wasn't quite. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, its surface seemed to ripple and flow. "Ah, Marian," she said, "I'm glad you decided to join us. Please sit. We were just about to begin today's visualization." I sat between James and Sarah, trying to ignore the way the floor seemed to pulse beneath me. Diana struck the not-quite bell, and the sound filled the space like liquid light. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, behind my eyes. "Close your eyes," Diana instructed, "and look for the patterns. They're always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be found." I closed my eyes, but I could still see geometric forms spinning and multiplying, mushrooms growing in perfect Fibonacci spirals, mycelial networks spreading like neural pathways. They were beautiful, terrifying, true. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty except for Diana. The quality of light suggested hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than minutes. Could it? "How do you feel?" Diana asked, helping me to my feet. My legs were stiff, as if I'd been sitting for much longer than a morning meditation. I tried to find words for the images still dancing behind my eyes. "I saw." "Yes," she said. "You did. And now you're ready to begin your real work." I stumbled back to my studio, my head swimming with visions. The canvas was waiting for me, but it wasn't blank anymore. The patterns were clear now, impossible to ignore. They wanted to be painted, needed to be painted. I picked up my brush, my beautiful, expensive sable brush, and dipped it in yellow paint that I didn't remember mixing. The bristles writhed against my fingers like tiny tentacles, but that was fine. That was right. They knew what they wanted to paint, and I was just the vehicle. The work poured out of me like fever dreams. I painted mushrooms that grew in impossible geometries, their gills reflecting infinite recursions of themselves. I painted networks of mycelia that spelled out truths in mathematical languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. I painted the yellow fog as it really was, not weather at all, but the visible manifestation of something vast and patient and hungry. I painted until my brushes wore down to nubs, their sable bristles falling out like shed skin. I painted until my fingers bled, and then I painted with that too, because the patterns demanded red now, needed that iron-copper brightness to complete their equations. The bells rang, and I painted their sound. Diana brought me soup that tasted of secrets, and I painted its flavor. Sarah sat with me sometimes, whispering about the truth beneath the truth, and I painted her words in spirals that ate themselves. I don't know how long it's been. Time moves strangely here, measured only by the bells and the growth of mushrooms through the floorboards. Real ones now, not dreams. They glow with their own light just as I knew they would, and their patterns match exactly what I've painted. My newest brush is made from James's hair. He offered it himself after his own work was complete. I saw his final piece yesterday, or maybe last week, a masterwork of sacred geometry that had somehow captured the sound of all three bells combined. He won't need his hair anymore, he said. Where he's going, he won't need anything at all. I understand now why the mirrors are covered. We don't need to see our reflections to know how we've changed. I can feel the mushrooms growing inside me, their mycelia threading through my brain in perfect, beautiful patterns. Soon, my work will be complete too. I'm writing this because I found my old phone while looking for more red paint. It still works, though the screen keeps showing me geometric patterns that I need to paint right now. But I wanted to record this first, to explain to whoever finds it why I had to accept the residency, why I had to paint the truth, why we all did. The third bell is ringing. The yellow fog is very thick now, and the mushrooms are so beautiful, geometry made flesh, mathematics made real. Diana says I'm almost ready. One last painting, she says. One final pattern to complete the sequence. I can see it now, growing behind my eyes. It's so perfect, so true. I just need a little more red paint. The mirror game. I keep telling myself that writing this down will help, that somehow putting the experience into words will make it feel more contained, more manageable. My therapist suggested journaling, though I don't think this is what she had in mind. But I need to document what happened before the details start to fade, or worse, before I start doubting my own memory. It started 3 weeks ago, on a Tuesday. I remember it was Tuesday because I'd just picked up my daughter Emma's art supplies from Michael's. She had a school project due Thursday, and of course, she'd waited until the last minute to tell me she needed specific materials. I remember standing in the checkout line, juggling an armful of colored construction paper, glue sticks, and a fresh pack of Crayola crayons, while trying to respond to work emails on my phone. The woman behind me in line had been oddly insistent about letting me go ahead of her, even though she only had one item, a small round mirror in an ornate brass frame. "You look like you're in a hurry," she'd said, but something about her smile hadn't quite reached her eyes. I thanked her, and didn't think much of it at the time. I wish I had. That night, after Emma had finally gone to bed, leaving a rainbow of crayon shavings scattered across the dining room table, I was doing my usual lock-up routine. Front door, checked and chained. Back door, locked and deadbolted. Windows, all secured. I developed this habit after my divorce 2 years ago. Something about being the only adult in the house made me hyper-aware of home security. I was heading upstairs when I heard it. Footsteps, not the usual house-settling creaks or the neighbor's cat prowling across our deck, but distinct footsteps, like someone wearing hard-soled shoes walking across hardwood floors. The thing is, we have carpet upstairs. I froze mid-step, one hand gripping the banister. The sound had come from Emma's room. "Emma?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you up, sweetie?" No response, but the footsteps stopped. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that kids often get up for water or bathroom trips, but something felt wrong. The air had grown noticeably colder, and there was a strange metallic taste in my mouth, like holding a penny under my tongue. I climbed the remaining stairs as quietly as possible, my sock-covered feet silent against the carpet. Emma's door was closed, though I distinctly remembered leaving it cracked open when I tucked her in. My hand trembled slightly as I reached for the doorknob. "Emma?" I whispered again, easing the door open. The hinges gave a small, betraying squeak. Her nightlight cast a soft blue glow across the room. Emma was in bed, seemingly sound asleep, her dark hair spread across the pillow. Everything looked normal, except the new pack of crayons I'd bought earlier was on her dresser, opened, with several crayons scattered across the surface. I distinctly remembered leaving them downstairs. More concerning was that they were arranged in a peculiar pattern, forming what looked like a crude circle with strange marks around it. My first thought was that Emma must have snuck up to continue working on her project, but as I moved closer to clean up the mess, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The crayons were still perfectly sharp, unused, and in the center of their circle was a small mirror. Not Emma's pink plastic play mirror, but an antique-looking one with a brass frame. It was identical to the one the woman at Michael's had been holding. I must have made some sound because Emma stirred in her sleep. "Mommy," she mumbled, "why are you playing the mirror game?" "What mirror game, sweetie?" I managed to ask, my throat suddenly dry. "The one the lady taught me," she said drowsily. "You have to arrange the colors just right and look in the mirror at midnight, but only if you want to see what's following you." My heart started hammering against my ribs. "What lady, Emma?" But she had already drifted back to sleep. I wanted to wake her up, to demand more answers, but I also didn't want to frighten her. Instead, I quickly gathered up the crayons and grabbed the mirror, trying not to look at its reflective surface. As I turned to leave the room, movement caught my eye, a shadow passing across the wall, cast by nothing I could see. I hurried out, pulling Emma's door firmly shut behind me. In the hallway, I examined the mirror more closely. It was definitely the same one from the store, down to the intricate leaf pattern carved into its frame. But I hadn't bought it. I hadn't even touched it. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The rational part of my brain tried to form explanations. Emma must have somehow gotten it from somewhere. Maybe it was an old one we'd had lying around that just looked similar. Maybe. The sound of footsteps interrupted my thoughts. This time, they were behind me. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. The temperature had dropped even further. I could see my breath forming small clouds in the air. The footsteps continued, slower now, deliberate. They seemed to be circling me. Without thinking, I glanced down at the mirror in my hands. What I saw in its reflection will haunt me for the rest of my life. I wasn't alone in the hallway. In the mirror, I could see a figure standing directly behind me. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly touching the ceiling. Its proportions were all wrong, limbs too long, joints bent at unnatural angles. But what truly terrified me was its face, or rather, the lack of one. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth, blank surface, like untouched clay. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. In the mirror, I watched as the figure slowly raised one elongated hand and placed a finger against where its lips should have been, in a shushing gesture. The mirror slipped from my numb fingers. I lunged to catch it, some instinct telling me that breaking it would be catastrophically bad. But before it could hit the floor, the mirror disappeared, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. The temperature returned to normal so quickly my ears popped. I stood there for several long minutes, heart racing, trying to process what had just happened. Finally, I forced myself to move, to check on Emma. She was still sleeping peacefully, her room completely normal, no sign of crayons or mirrors or anything out of place. I didn't sleep that night, or much since then, if I'm being honest. I've gone over security camera footage from our Ring doorbell and indoor cameras. There's no sign of anyone entering our house, no strange woman, no impossible figure. The Michaels receipt shows only the art supplies I remember buying. Emma has no memory of any mirror game or mysterious lady, and the crayons are still in their box downstairs, untouched. But things have changed. Small things at first, items slightly out of place, cold spots in the house, the occasional sound of distant footsteps. Then bigger things. Every mirror in our house has had to be covered or removed because sometimes, just sometimes, the reflections don't quite match reality. They show things moving in empty rooms, shadows where there shouldn't be shadows, and occasionally in the corner of the frame, something tall and wrongly proportioned. Emma's been having nightmares, though she can't remember them when she wakes. She started drawing disturbing pictures at school, always featuring a tall, thin figure standing in the background. Her teacher called me in for a conference yesterday, concerned about the dark themes in Emma's artwork. I didn't know how to explain that my 7-year-old's artwork was the least of my worries. I've tried researching similar incidents online. Most of what I've found is obviously fake, creepypasta stories and urban legends. But buried in a local Facebook group, I found a post from 3 months ago. A man describing a strange encounter at Michael's with a woman selling antique mirrors. His 6-year-old son had disappeared a week later. The post was deleted within hours of me finding it, and when I tried to message the author, the account no longer existed. I called the Michaels store yesterday asking about the woman I'd seen. The manager sounded uncomfortable and said they had no employees matching my description. When I pressed further mentioning the mirror, she got very quiet and said, "We don't sell that kind of merchandise here." She hung up before I could ask what she meant. Last night I heard Emma talking in her sleep again. "It's okay," she was saying to someone, or something. "Mommy will learn to play the game properly soon. The lady said everyone does, eventually." I'm writing this all down now because I need there to be a record. Because this morning, when I was making Emma's lunch, I found a crayon drawing on the kitchen counter that I know wasn't there last night. It shows 2 figures, one small, one impossibly tall, standing in front of what looks like our house. They're both holding small, round mirrors, and in the bottom corner in Emma's careful handwriting, it says, 12, tonight, don't be late, Mommy. It's 11:47 p.m. now. Emma's asleep upstairs. I can hear footsteps moving around her room again, but I'm done pretending they're just house noises. On my dresser, there's a small, brass-framed mirror that I know I didn't put there. My phone's almost dead, and none of my chargers seem to be working. The temperature's starting to drop. 11:52 p.m. If something happens to me, please make sure Emma is taken care of. And whatever you do, if you're ever at Michael's and a woman offers to let you go ahead of her in line, don't accept. Don't look at what she's holding. Don't let her talk to your children. 11:57 p.m. The footsteps are getting closer. The mirror is calling to me. I don't want to look, but I'm not sure I have a choice anymore. Emma needs me to play the game properly. 12 a.m. It's time. If anyone finds this, I'm sore. The document ends here. A follow-up note has been added in different handwriting. The above account was found on a laptop in the home of Sarah and Emma Mitchell, who were reported missing on October 12, 2024. Despite extensive searches, no trace of either mother or daughter has been found. The only potential evidence was a collection of crayons arranged in a circle on Sarah's bedroom floor and a small antique mirror that investigating officers noted in their initial report, but which was not present when crime scene photographers arrived. The case remains open. If anyone has information about Sarah and Emma Mitchell's whereabouts, or about similar incidents involving mirrors and art supply stores, please contact the Springfield Police Department, reference case number SP 2024-10-12-7731. Do not attempt to investigate independently. Do not attempt to recreate the mirror game. Do not accept offers from strangers in checkout lines. And if you hear footsteps in your house tonight, don't look in any mirrors. Just don't. The last shift. It was supposed to be a routine Friday night shift. I'd been watching the Morrison kids, Emma, 8, and Tyler, 6, every other weekend for the past year, while their parents enjoyed their date nights. The pay was good, the kids were sweet, and their modern smart home in the suburbs made my job easier. Everything was monitored: temperature, security, even a state-of-the-art baby monitoring system that covered every room. Mr. Morrison worked in tech and spared no expense when it came to his family's safety. That particular Friday started like any other. I arrived at 6 p.m. just as Sarah and James Morrison were putting on their coats. Sarah wore an elegant black dress that made her look younger than her 35 years, while James had opted for a charcoal suit that probably cost more than my semester's textbooks. "Thanks for coming on such short notice, Claire," Sarah said, handing me a sheet of paper with their contact information, the same one she'd given me countless times before. "We really needed this night out. Things have been tense lately." I noticed the slight tremor in her voice, the way James avoided eye contact. Something felt off, but it wasn't my place to pry. Besides, all couples have their rough patches, right? "The kids had an early dinner," James added, checking his watch for the third time in as many minutes. "They can have a small snack before bed if they're hungry, but nothing too heavy. Bedtime is 8:30, I know," I finished with a smile. "We've got our routine down pat. You guys enjoy your evening." Sarah hesitated at the door, her hand clutching her purse a little too tightly. "Claire, if anything seems strange tonight, anything at all, call us immediately. Don't wait until morning." Before I could ask what she meant, James had practically pulled her out the door. I heard their Tesla's electric hum fade into the distance as I locked up, puzzled by Sarah's unusual behavior. But I had bigger concerns, namely, 2 energetic kids who'd already spotted me and were charging down the stairs. Claire, can we play Zombie Apocalypse?" Tyler bounced around me like a caffeinated puppy, his mop of brown hair flying in all directions. "No way. We played that last time," Emma protested, her long blonde hair neatly braided. Sarah's handiwork, no doubt. "I want to play School of Magic." I managed to negotiate a compromise. We'd play both games for 30 minutes each, then wind down with some coloring before their evening snack and bedtime routine. The hours flew by as we transformed the living room into first a zombie-proof fortress, then a prestigious academy of witchcraft, using only throw pillows and blankets, of course. By 8 p.m., both kids were sitting at the kitchen island munching on apple slices and peanut butter while I cleaned up our earlier chaos. Everything felt normal, peaceful even. That should have been my first warning. In my experience, when things feel too peaceful with kids, something's usually about to go wrong. "Claire?" Emma's voice carried from the kitchen, suddenly serious. Do you believe in ghosts? I walked back to the kitchen, gathering their empty plates. Not really. Why do you ask? Emma exchanged a look with Tyler, the kind of meaningful glance siblings share when they're keeping a secret. No reason, she said, but her voice had that sing-song quality kids get when they're lying. They're real, Tyler declared matter-of-factly, licking peanut butter off his fingers. We see them all the time. Tyler, Emma hissed, kicking him under the counter. Ow, but it's true. They're here right now. I felt a chill run down my spine despite myself. The kitchen suddenly felt colder, though I knew it was just my imagination. The smart thermostat showed a steady 72 degrees. Okay, spooky story time is over, I announced, trying to keep my voice light. Time to head upstairs and get ready for bed. The bedtime routine went smoothly enough, though both kids seemed more subdued than usual. Emma kept glancing at the corners of her room while I helped her into her pajamas, and Tyler insisted on keeping his dinosaur nightlight on extra bright. By 8:30 they were both tucked into their respective beds in their adjacent rooms, doors left slightly ajar as per their preference. I settled onto the living room couch with my psychology textbook, enjoying the quiet. The Morrisons weren't expected back until midnight, giving me plenty of time to study for next week's exam. The house's smart system kept everything at a perfect temperature, and the subtle blue glow from various devices created a cozy atmosphere. That's when I heard it. Children's voices through the baby monitor. Do you think she knows yet? Emma's voice clear as day. Probably not, Tyler replied. Grown-ups never notice until it's too late. My blood ran cold. I checked the time. 9:15 p.m. They should have been asleep by now. I marked my place in the textbook and headed upstairs to remind them about bedtime rules. The hallway was darker than I remembered, despite the motion-activated nightlights. Each step felt heavier than the last as I approached the kids' rooms. The voices continued through the monitor I'd carried up with me. Should we tell her she's been dead for 3 hours? Shh! She's coming! I pushed open Emma's door first, heart pounding. She was sound asleep, blonde hair spread across her pillow, chest rising and falling steadily. Confused, I checked Tyler's room next. He too was deeply asleep, clutching his favorite T-Rex plushie. Back in the hallway, I stared at the baby monitor in my hand. It had to be picking up interference from somewhere, maybe a neighbor's monitor or... Behind you, Emma's voice whispered through the device. But Emma was still asleep. I could see her through the doorway. I spun around. The hallway was empty. She still doesn't understand. Tyler's voice crackled through the monitor. Show her, show her, show her. The temperature dropped dramatically. My breath came out in visible puffs despite the thermostat reading normal. The smart lights began to flicker, which should have been impossible with their backup power system. I ran downstairs, nearly tripping over my own feet. I needed to call the Morrisons, just like Sarah had said. Something was very, very wrong. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table, but it was dead, completely drained despite having been at 85% just minutes ago. The house phone. I needed to find the house phone. It won't work, Emma's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Nothing works after you're dead. Stop it, I shouted into the empty house. This isn't funny. We're not trying to be funny, Tyler's voice replied, closer now. We're trying to help you understand. The smart home display on the wall suddenly flickered to life. Security camera footage began playing, but not from tonight. I recognized myself arriving earlier, but something was different. In the footage, as I walked up to the front door, A dark figure followed close behind me. Something tall and wrong, with too many angles, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. "What is this?" I whispered, unable to look away. "Watch," both children said in unison. The footage continued. I saw myself letting the kids chase me around the living room, but now I could see other things moving in the background, dark shapes sliding along the walls, reaching, grasping. In one frame, something looked directly at the camera, and I felt my sanity begin to slip. It had too many eyes, all blinking at different times, all focused on me. "It followed you home last week," Emma's voice explained. "It chose you then. Tonight was just collection time." "I'm not dead," I screamed, but even as the words left my mouth, I noticed something odd about my hands. They looked wrong, like they weren't quite solid anymore. "Check the mirror," Tyler suggested softly. I stumbled to the downstairs bathroom, flicking on the light with trembling fingers. The mirror showed nothing. Not a blur, not a shadow, nothing at all where I should have been standing. "It's okay," Emma said, and suddenly she was there beside me, but not the sleeping Emma upstairs. This Emma was different, more translucent, more knowing. The first few hours are the hardest. That's why we stayed, to help others like you. "Others?" I managed to whisper. Tyler appeared on my other side, equally translucent. "So many others. This house, it attracts them, the dark ones. They follow people home, people like you who can't see them, not until it's too late." "Your parents," I said, suddenly understanding Sarah's strange behavior, her warning. "They know?" Emma nodded. "They bought the house cheap 3 years ago, after the previous owners all died in their sleep. Mom and Dad figured it out pretty quick, but they can't leave. None of us can. We're all connected now." "The real us are upstairs sleeping," Tyler added. "These are just our ghost forms. We can switch back and forth. But you don't have a body to go back to anymore." I wanted to deny it, to run screaming into the night, but deep down, I knew they were telling the truth. It explained everything. The cold spots, the drained phone, my missing reflection. "What happens now?" "Now you have a choice," Emma said, taking my hand. Her touch felt like a cool breeze. "You can stay here with us, help warn others when we can, or you can move on to whatever's next. But if you stay, you should know. They're always hunting, always looking for more." As if on cue, I saw movement in the mirror. A writhing mass of darkness, eyes and teeth and things I couldn't comprehend. I understood then what had really happened to me, why I couldn't remember anything between arriving at the house and starting to hear the voices. "Time to choose, Claire," Tyler said quietly. "They're getting hungry again." I looked at my transparent hands, at the children's sympathetic faces, at the growing darkness in the mirror. In the distance, I heard a car pulling into the driveway, the Morrisons returning home. They'd find my body slumped on their couch, another mysterious death to add to the house's history, another police investigation that would go nowhere, because how do you explain the unexplainable? I made my choice. That was 3 years ago. The Morrisons still live here, and I've helped Emma and Tyler warn dozens of others since then. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we don't. Tonight there's a new babysitter coming, young, confident, skeptical of the supernatural, just like I was. As I watch her walk up the driveway, I notice the familiar dark shape following close behind her, its many eyes blinking in anticipation. Emma and Tyler's ghost forms appear beside me, ready to begin our usual routine. We have 3 hours until she joins us. 3 hours to try to make her understand. I just hope this time she listens. But even as I think this, I know she won't. They never do, not until it's too late. That's the thing about death. You never see it coming, even when dead children try to warn you through a baby monitor. And the truly terrifying part? This isn't just happening in our house. Look behind you, right now. Those shadows you see in the corner of your eye, they're not shadows at all. And if you're reading this, they've already chosen you. You have 3 hours. Good luck. Sarah Morrison closed the leather-bound journal and placed it back on the dusty shelf. 3 years of meticulous documentation, of trying to understand what lived in her house, what hunted in her house. She glanced at the security camera feed showing the new babysitter walking up the driveway. "Should we warn her?" James asked, adjusting his tie. Sarah shook her head, touching the silver pendant around her neck, the one that kept them safe, kept them alive, kept them human. "You know the rules, dear. They need to feed. Better a stranger than—" She left the thought unfinished, but they both knew. Better a stranger than their children. That was the deal they'd made. The price of survival. In the security footage, the new babysitter rang the doorbell, unaware of the writhing darkness behind her, unaware of the 3 ghostly figures watching from the window. 2 children and a young woman, all wearing expressions of resigned sadness. Just another Friday night at the Morrison house. Just another 3 hours until collection time. The Forest of 1,000 Legs. Little Lucy Lockhart ran from her daddy's frying pan. The forest of 1,000 legs killed her and then laid their eggs. That's a jump rope rhyme my classmates used to sing on the playground in elementary school. It's really ed up that they sang that because Lucy Lockhart was a real person we attended school with. She vanished when we were in 2nd grade, so we must have been around 7 years old. The rhyme was loosely based in truth, in that the official story was that Lucy Lockhart did in fact vanish into the Lockhart Wood 50 yards from her father Robert's house, but he wasn't chasing after her brandishing a frying pan to beat her with. I was too young at the time to understand what was happening, and it wasn't until much later that my mom actually explained it to me. It wasn't a particularly shocking story, just sad. I remember the day Lucy went missing, at least the first day she didn't come to school. It was Monday. She went missing the Friday before. My mother told me it was a few days before Lucy's 7th birthday, and that Lucy had asked her father if she could have a birthday party at the house. I remembered that. Lucy and I had been in the same group of friends, and I remembered her telling us that she was going to ask her dad about having a birthday sleepover. I especially remember being annoyed that she wanted it to be a sleepover because I was the only boy in the group and was never allowed to sleep over with them. I was still excited at the prospect of a party, though, as we all were, because we knew her father, Robert Lockhart Jr., was a retired entomologist, we just called him the Bug Man, and had lots of pretty preserved specimens like butterflies and beetles in cases that Lucy would sometimes bring in for show and tell. Anyway, according to my mother, Lucy asked her father if she could have a sleepover for her birthday, and he said no, because she was going to spend her birthday at her mother's house while their house was being fumigated. It was a normal enough reason for a 6-year-old to cry and storm out of the house. But running into the Lockhart Wood was a bad idea for any person of any age without the proper equipment. Here's the thing about the Lockhart Wood. Some people call it the Forest of 1,000 Legs, presumably to make it sound creepier than it already is. It doesn't need help. There are roughly 4,000 species of spider in America, and the Lockhart Wood is a phenomenon on its own in that it's home to all of them. Not only that, but there are documented populations of some spiders previously thought endemic only to certain countries, such as the Goliath bird eater, a couple of funnel web spiders, and some species of peacock spiders. There's that myth that says you're never more than 3 feet from a spider at any given moment. In this forest, it's not a myth. It's filled to the brim with spiders. I think at this point it goes without saying that if you're arachnophobic, this story is not for you. The forest is naturally of great interest to biologists and arachnologists, but Lockhart Wood is private property, and restricted guided access to the forest was hard to come by even before Lucy Lockhart's disappearance. Afterwards, nobody could go in. Obviously, anyone could get into the forest if they wanted to. It's not fenced off or anything, but there's a steep fine if you're caught trespassing, and nobody's exactly clamoring to delve into a forest full of venomous spiders anyway. You need the right kind of boots, clothes, gloves, first aid kits, and knowledge of the forest to step past the tree line. The most common spiders at the edges of the forest are jumping spiders, various wandering spiders, and orb weavers. Most people who emerge from the forest have a number of banana spiders clinging to their hair and jackets, startled by the destruction of their webs. If visitors are allowed deeper into the forest, the spiders get bigger, and they lurk on the ground. According to my mother, Robert Lockhart Jr. lived with his father in that house for a long time. They were a father-son duo of entomologists from Alabama, but Robert Lockhart Sr. had a focus on arachnology. He had bought the house and the forest specifically for its spider population, which also made it super affordable, and he usually worked from home. Robert Lockhart Jr. did a lot of work at a university 3 towns over. He married a professor there who taught evolutionary biology, and the 3 of them lived in the elder Robert Lockhart's house until Robert Sr.'s sudden passing during a study on tarantula hawks. Lucy Lockhart was born a year later, and Robert Jr. was able to retire from teaching and live as a stay-at-home dad while Lucy's mother continued teaching at the university. He still worked collecting and preserving specimens, mostly butterflies and moths, and had reports published in the entomology scene, and very, very rarely led guided tours around parts of Lockhart Wood for a price. My mother only got to know Robert Jr. once Lucy and I became friends. She said he didn't talk about the forest very much. She got the feeling that he was afraid of it. When he and his wife divorced, my mom suspected part of their irreconcilable differences was Lockhart Wood. She never really pried into it. After all, she and Robert Jr. only spent time together because Lucy and I spent time together, although I remember hoping they would get married so that Lucy and I could be brother and sister. Robert Jr. hated the forest he owned and made sure that anybody who stepped foot in it was dressed and prepared for the occasion, which is part of the reason why my mother never believed he killed Lucy when he was the prime suspect in the investigation. When Lucy ran off into Lockhart Wood that evening, my mom said Robert Jr. gave chase without hesitation, in socks, sweatpants, and a t-shirt. He must have received a dozen bites of varying severity the second he went in. He was in there for 4 hours. My mom was working a night shift at the hospital when he was brought in, delirious and swollen all over. There was no telling how many bites he'd received, and to this day my mother doesn't know how he survived. He needed anti-venom that no hospitals in the United States could offer, and when he had dragged himself back home after desperately searching for Lucy in the forest, he could only self-administer so much. Maybe luck and a developed resistance was what saved him. He lost both legs below the knee, but he lived. From what my mom could gather in the weeks following Lucy's disappearance, the investigation was chaotic. Search teams entered the forest, but they never spanned it all. 2 officers on the initial search team were bitten by what was most likely a Sydney funnel web spider, and unfortunately both died. After all, the Sydney funnel web spider is otherwise found only in Australia. We don't have that anti-venom at the ready here in the States. Anyway, the search of the forest lasted maybe a week before branching off elsewhere. My mom says they couldn't, maybe wouldn't search the whole forest. More than one officer who searched Lockhart Wood left the force and subsequently skipped town. Those who didn't leave might as well have. They don't get out much anymore. My mom doesn't want to know what they saw in there. Lucy never turned up. It didn't take long for suspicion to fall on her father before he was even discharged from the hospital. My mom says there was a point where he was handcuffed to his hospital bed, even though both of his legs had been amputated. For a while she couldn't tell if he was totally lucid because he would spend hours sobbing. That forest's got her. Those spiders got my baby girl. But there was no evidence to convict him of kidnapping or murder. My mom and the parents of Lucy's other friends and mine were involved in the trial as witnesses, and they all insisted that they never had any reason to believe Robert Jr. was abusive towards Lucy or that he would be driven to hurt her. I didn't know any of this at the time, as my mom responsibly sheltered me from the details of Lucy's disappearance, but obviously some other kids we went to school with got wind of some information, hence the morbid jump rope rhyme. It upset me a lot when I heard kids chanting it during recess. I was young, and I missed Lucy very much. It's been 11 years since Lucy went missing. It doesn't really upset me anymore. It's just a sad mystery that I still think about sometimes. The group of friends that Lucy and I shared stayed close until middle school, and then we all branched out a bit. I don't think any of us ever forgot about Lucy. I recently graduated high school, and the original group of us got together at a diner to discuss in amazement how we were all finally done with high school forever. At one point, I nudged my omelet around my plate and said absently, "It's been years, but I still wish, I wish Lucy could have graduated with us, you know?" My friend Stella leaned her shoulder into mine and knocked our mortar boards together with an understanding smile. "Same here, bud, but she'd be proud of us for doing it." The conversation drifted elsewhere, but that poignant thought of Lucy stuck with me for a long while after that evening. It wasn't until the day before I went off for my freshman year at college that I told my mom I wanted to stop by the Lockhart house and sort of say goodbye to Lucy, if Robert Jr. would let me. "Well," she shrugged over breakfast, "I guess it couldn't hurt. You don't ever get over losing a child, but all things considered, he seems to be okay. He might oblige you." So later that afternoon I drove across town towards that dark, looming forest that stretched into the sky on the horizon. I hadn't been to the Lockhart house in over a decade, but the sight of it instantly made me happy. I no longer mourned Lucy. I only cherished the brief time we knew each other as children, and I had lots of fond memories in that house. As I pulled into the gravel driveway, I saw the curtains in one of the front windows shift, so I knew someone was home. He might not want to let me in, but there was no harm in trying. I went up the front porch steps and found a wooden hanging of a Luna moth adorning the front door. It had no sign of grime or weathering, and the pale green paint still had its glossy finish, so I guessed it was fairly new. I don't know what I expected from Robert Jr. Maybe that he was too far gone after the loss of Lucy that he wouldn't bother decorating anything, but it had been more than 10 years and recovery is possible. I knocked, and he answered a few moments later, frowning curiously at me from the gap in the door. "Hey, Mr. Lockhart, I floundered a little stupidly because I hadn't planned on how I was going to talk to him. "I'm Aaron Zinsky. You know my mom Jane at the hospital." The door eased open a bit more, his face relaxing with recognition. "Jane's boy, yes. You were one of Lucy's little friends, weren't ya? Come in, wipe your feet." "I'm surprised you remember we were friends," I admitted, stepping inside and wiping my feet on the floor mat. It looked like a monarch butterfly. "I remember all you kids," Robert Jr. said with a wave of his hand, leading me inside. His prosthetics clicked on the linoleum. "It was Lucy. You, Stella, there was 2 little girls named Hannah, wasn't there? You were the one that cried a lot because you never got to stay for sleepovers." "Yes, sir, that was me," I said, embarrassed. "You gay, son?" It was a startlingly straightforward question, tossed over his shoulder as I followed him into the house. There wasn't anything accusatory in his tone, though, so I said yes. He grunted. "Knew you'd be fine to sleep over with the girls. Could have spared you a lot of whining and crying." He took me past numerous framed bug specimens as we made our way to his living room. It was a big room, cluttered with bookshelves and workbenches with papers strewn about. Dozens of terrariums of various sizes dotted the room and lined the walls like trophy cabinets, the only gap where the den opened into a kitchen. A bright desk lamp illuminated the whole room, and the light bounced off a magnifying visor headset and a laptop screen. It looked like he had been dissecting a large beetle before I knocked on the door. It was good to see that his passion for bugs hadn't been destroyed after losing his daughter to the Lockhart wood. "So what brings you here, Scooter?" he asked, going into the kitchen to retrieve something from the fridge. "Well, we graduated in May, and I'm leaving for school tomorrow," I explained. "And I just I still think about Lucy a lot, so I was wondering if you had kept any of her things over the years that I could see and sort of, remember her by. If you're okay with that, sir?" Robert Jr. came back over to me with a shrug and 2 beers. He said, "Ain't much a little girl has to her name but Hello Kitty bedsheets and Beanie Babies." Oh man, Beanie Babies. I couldn't help but grin at the memory. That was always my go-to gift. I gave her a bunch of mine. "What, you want 'em back or something?" Off my startled look of chagrin, he chuckled and handed me the second beer. "I'm messing with you, boy. Her room's this way." He led me down a long, familiar hallway, down which Lucy and our friends and I had sprinted recklessly over a decade ago. I recognized a few framed insect specimens that we had knocked from the walls in our roughhousing fits. We went into Lucy's bedroom at the end of the hall, and it was virtually unchanged from how I remembered it. The walls were still pale pink and decorated with pastel-colored cross-stitch artwork made by Lucy's late grandmother. The canopy bed was neatly made, the Hello Kitty bedding crisp and unfaded from years of disuse, the shelves upon shelves of stuffed animals, with an army of Beanie Babies gifted by me populating their own full shelf, and, surprisingly, a long terrarium against the wall with an enormous black spider sitting motionless underneath a blacklight. I recognized that spider. "No way. That's not." Robert Jr. flipped on the lights, which turned off the terrarium's blacklight. The massive spider retreated into a hide with a twitch of its long, slender legs. He grunted, "That's her." Lady Legs was a type of huntsman that Robert Lockhart Sr. had discovered in the Lockhart wood and kept for 10 years before Lucy was born. There were plenty of live specimens in the Lockhart house over the years, but Lady Legs was the only one that Lucy seemed to cherish as a pet. Robert Jr. had said in the past that some tarantulas can live to be 25 years old, but Lady Legs wasn't a tarantula. And if this was the same Lady Legs from that time, that would make her over 30 years old. "Do huntsman spiders live that long?" I asked incredulously, moving to the terrarium with a fascination I hadn't felt in years. Robert Jr. stood in the doorway with his arms crossed and an expression of distaste creasing his features as he looked at Lady. "None that we know of, besides that one. She's even bigger than I remember," I murmured, my breath fogging up the glass as I tried to peer into the spider's hide at an angle, but I couldn't see her. "Far as I can tell, her size depends on her enclosure," said Robert Jr. "She won't get no bigger as long as she's in that tank." I saw Lady's leg move in the hide, then turned my head to look out Lucy's bedroom window. It faced the deep gray-green mass of Lockhart wood. I stood, absently tracing my fingers through the condensation on the bottle in my hand. "Lady came from the forest, didn't she? How big do they get in there?" Robert Jr. didn't respond. I looked over at him. He was downing nearly his entire beer. He finished it with an angry-sounding hiss and said, "Finally, ungodly big. Anyway, take your time in here. Do what you want. Look at what you want. I'll be down the hall." "Okay, thanks." As he started to leave, I remembered the drink in my hand and held it out to him awkwardly. "Oh hey, I'm not 21. Ain't nobody gonna snitch on you." He left the room and I hissed open the beer. I don't know how long I spent in there, meandering around fondly. Maybe an hour. I took a spider Beanie Baby off the shelf and held it as I looked around. I stood over the dresser looking at the framed pictures on top of it. Most were of Lucy and her parents. A few of Lucy from toddlerhood to age 7, holding the gargantuan Lady Legs in her comparatively tiny hands. I was in a couple of pictures too. Group pictures of us and our other friends at birthday parties. Our messy little faces smeared with cake. I found an old elementary school binder from the first grade class Lucy and I had together, where the first activity of every day was to make an entry in our journals following a simple prompt given by the teacher, and then draw a picture to go with it. Naturally, lots of Lucy's entries were about Hello Kitty, play dates with me and our friends, and bugs. Some of them made me laugh. like her outrageously mangled spelling of the word centaur in several entries about herself and Lady Legs as Spider Lady Centaurs. After a while, I just stood at Lucy's window, looking out at the Lockhart Wood as I finished my beer. I'm a lightweight when it comes to alcohol, so I was pretty buzzed. The Forest of 1,000 Legs had never looked so eerie. The angle of the late afternoon sun didn't penetrate the darkened woods, but it glistened on countless spiderwebs suspended along the tree line, emphasizing how dark the forest was beyond that. It was strangely inviting, in a predatory way, like the lure of an anglerfish, how it had swallowed Lucy up. Movement outside the window caught my eye. I looked over and saw Robert Jr. standing under the carport facing the forest, downing another beer, a backpack hanging from his shoulder. He was dressed in different clothes from the flannel shirt and cutoffs he'd been wearing when he let me inside. He was wearing a heavy jacket and a hat with a different set of prosthetics that had shoes. He looked like he was dressed for going into the forest. I left Lucy's room, crossed to the other end of the house, and through the screen door off the kitchen. Robert Jr. didn't respond to the wooden rattle of the door banging shut. "You're going in?" It wasn't a question. I was incredulous. "Ain't been in there since I lost Lucy," Robert Jr. said pensively. "Think it's about time I go back in one last time 'fore I torch it." The sun was hidden behind Lockhart Wood, but not quite set, casting the house and us in shadows, and before I could stop myself I asked, "Can I go with you?" To this day I'm not sure why I wanted to go with him. Maybe for a sense of adventure, of danger that 18-year-olds are attracted to and think they can survive anything. Maybe I had some stupid notion that we'd find Lucy in there, dead or alive. Maybe I just didn't want a guy who had lost his daughter the last time he was in those woods to go in for the first time since then alone. "It's dangerous in there," said Robert Jr. It wasn't a no. "I'd be with you," I said, dumb and optimistic, but in my defense, he let me go with him. Neither of us mentioned it, but I know he didn't want to go into the woods alone either. "You'll need to be dressed right," was all he said, and the next thing I knew he was jamming a hat on my head, layering me in protective clothing a size too big, and cramming my hands and feet into gloves and boots a size too small. "Not a perfect fit, but close enough," he said, tucking my baggy pant legs into my boots. I had zipped the jacket most of the way, but he yanked the zipper all the way up to my chin. It was my gear back when I was a little older than you, when my daddy bought this place. He strapped a headlamp to my hat, did the same for himself, and shrugged on a backpack that he had filled with a first aid kit and a cold pack for antivenom. I watched him put it all together, fascinated, as I nursed another beer. It was hard to believe he hadn't ventured into the forest in more than 10 years. The speed and certainty with which he prepared everything was like that of someone who explored Lockhart Wood daily. He gave me a set of strict, reasonable rules, basically telling me not to leave his side and not to thrash around if I walked into a web, and to always watch my step even though I was wearing boots. I could change my mind at any time in the forest, so if I wanted to leave, he would guide me out of the forest. I sent a quick lie of a text to my mom, telling her that Robert Jr. had invited me to stay for dinner, and then zipped my phone into a breast pocket. By now twilight was fading, the purple sky soon to turn an inky blue, and we set off. The trail leading into the forest was rough and overgrown from years of seeing no foot traffic, but not completely hidden. The first thing I did when I entered the forest was walk right into a web that Robert Jr. had subtly avoided. I started to flail instinctively, but Robert Jr. caught me with an arm across my chest, saying, "Don't thrash," I said. After he assured me the web didn't belong to anything venomous, I carefully picked the web from my face and hair, following him deeper into the wood. It was darker than I anticipated beneath the trees. There were a few spots of visible death in the trees, suffocated and deprived of sunlight under thick layers of web wrapped around them, but most of the forest looked healthy, supporting the spider populations symbiotically. Robert Jr. and I switched on our headlamps pretty quickly when the scant moonlight didn't light our way sufficiently. I looked down at the ground, casting a wide circle of light at my feet, and immediately froze in place, my skin crawling horribly. Spiders the size of $50 were scurrying away from my boots in droves. Not quite a swarm, but enough to be uncountable. "You're all right, son. Those ones ain't gonna hurt you." Hadn't looked back at me, but he must have heard me freeze behind him. "You want me to take you back?" Pride swelled higher than the fear in my chest, so I said, "No, I'm fine." One of the spiders crawled slowly over my boot, its long legs probing curiously at my laces. I wrenched my eyes away from the ground, shook the spider off violently, and pushed forward. I've never been particularly arachnophobic, but it was impossible not to feel itchy all over. Imagining hundreds upon hundreds of unseen spiders creeping into my protective clothing, slipping down the collar of my shirt and edging along my scalp into my hair. The tiny spiders became less of a presence, however, when we came to a fork in the trail and Robert Jr. dropped to a sudden crouch, grabbing my sleeve and yanking me down with him. "Look at this," he whispered, his headlamp fixed on a spider not 2 feet away from us. "This here's a nasty one." A spider the size of my hand stood strangely before us with 2 sets of thick, hairy legs thrown in the air. It might have looked silly if not for the vivid, violently red jaws on display pulsing angrily in our direction. Worse still, the spider continued to move, swaying gently with its rosy chelicera throbbing almost obscenely, inching infinitesimally closer with its side-to-side motions. Wide-eyed, I whispered back, "What is it?" Infuriated at the sound of my voice, the spider lunged closer. This time I could see its fangs protruding from the red, quivering with rage and glinting with wetness. "Brazilian wandering spider," said Robert Jr. softly. "P. ferra it looks like, but it can be hard to say without a closer look. Only live in South America, except for this place. You know?" He unzipped 2 pockets and withdrew a larger pair of gloves to slip over the ones he was already wearing. "They might be the deadliest in the world." Instinctively I shrank back, but then took hold of Robert Jr.'s jacket sleeve with popping eyes when I saw him reach towards the spider. "Don't." The spider struck at his 2 fingers with lightning speed, and a force that made a sharp snapping sound pierce the dark woods around us. In the blink of an eye it struck twice, a red-brown blur. Horrified, I tugged frantically at Robert Jr.'s sleeve. "Relax," he said, pulling his hand back and showing me his intact glove. "Hoss can't quite bite through these." The spider darted out of our joined headlamp beams and off the trail into the woods. Robert Jr. removed his bulky second pair of gloves and stowed them away. "Can't do much delicate handling with gloves like that, but anything else, and those fangs will go right through." He stood suddenly, leaving me crouched and trembling. Clenching and unclenching my fists, unpleasantly aware of how thin my gloves were now, I stood slowly. My headlamp slid up the trees in front of me, where the bark seemed to shiver and shift with the traffic of smaller spiders oozing up and down the trunks. I turned my head to see where Robert Jr. was looking, and my light fell on his back several meters away as he moved down the left path in the fork. "Wait," I squeaked, rushing after him. I stumbled over tree roots and ran haltingly, skidding awkwardly to step around more than one fat, lumbering tarantula as I made my way back to Robert Jr.'s elbow. Our headlamps bobbed in the darkness, and my gaze was drawn farther up where the lamp's beams lit up vast labyrinthian webs high overhead, where nothing on the ground could destroy them. Glinting white gold in our light, they shuddered in an imperceptible breeze. "Those webs are way better high up there," I said with a breathless chuckle, trying to shake off the anxiety from the Brazilian wandering spider. "We won't walk into any down here." Robert Jr. walked briskly, barely acknowledging me with a grunt. While I looked all around me, casting my headlamp's light to and fro, Robert Jr. hardly moved his head, focused steadily on the twisting path down which he led us. Occasionally he would stop so abruptly that I would collide with his back, and he would gaze up into the ever-thickening treetops at the spiderwebs overhead, which were now so large and thick that massive sections of leaves had suffocated and died. I could see clusters of spiders creeping every which way in the stuff, while more obscured movement shifted on the other side of the web, so thick that I couldn't see what it was. My depth perception was off in this environment. What with the distance between myself and the webs, and the number of different sizes of spiders I could see, everything looked bigger up there from where I was standing. "Communal webs," said Robert Jr., pointing at the massive net of silk. "Most spiders live alone, but some are social, Bunch of different spiders taking care of the same babies, sharing the same food. They must catch a lot of prey, I said, moving my headlamp over the vast web. It's huge. Wouldn't be surprised if they make a regular meal of birds, Robert Jr. speculated. Squirrels too, maybe, if any wander in this far. I looked at him, bathing his stubble-shadowed face in yellow light, and said slowly, That's kind of big for a spider, isn't it? P. blondie in South America has been known to eat birds, said Robert Jr. It's the biggest spider in the world, at least outside of this god-forsaken forest. This place ain't like the rest of the world. He paused, a muscle jumping in his jaw, then said, But they don't make webs, they live in burrows. So watch your step. I resisted the urge to clamp onto his arm, like a child, as I swept my hand lamp over the edges of our path. Spiders littered the forest floor, scurrying busily, but the irregularly spaced holes along the path and nestled between tree roots were what made me nervous now. The biggest hole looked like it could swallow my leg. We continued to walk, uninterrupted by webs for the most part, but there were a few low-built ones that I would walk into when I was staring off into the woods, and Robert Jr. wouldn't tell me to duck. Unnerved as I was starting to get used to the sensation, hardly jerking back when the sticky, feather-light strings snuck up on me. My pulse would still spike when it happened, though, pounding loudly in my ears as I carefully brushed the webs from my face. But then Robert Jr. took us down a second fork in the path. When I distractedly collided with two webs of surprising density in a row, I finally focused on Robert Jr. ahead of me to complain about not warning me. And a tangle of silk lit up in my headlamp centimeters away just in time for my face to crash through it. Even though it was my fault for not watching where I was going, I said testily, Come on, Mr. Lockhart, at least give me a heads up. I dragged my gloved hands down my face, raking the web from my skin. Robert Jr. said nothing. I looked up over his shoulder in front of me and saw why. The trail ahead was entirely choked in web, a glistening haze like morning fog stretching farther ahead. Shapes twitched within it, different from the shifting masses of hundreds of smaller spiders in the first communal webs we saw. These were heavy and singular, with sharp angles plucking at individual lines of silk. I couldn't quite make sense of what I was seeing. Something crunched under my boot. I looked down at the wispy, stringy gray floor. Brittle old bones of some animal I couldn't identify lay there. Among the bones lay the aged, empty remains of a huge tarantula, skeleton and exoskeleton locked together in death. Had they fought and died tangled with one another? Jesus, I said loudly, just as Robert Jr. breathed softly, Jesus. He wasn't looking down. He was looking directly up. I looked up too and froze. Our headlamps joined and lit up the webs that swallowed the understory, washing over the enormous spiders that moved within them. Things the size of fish bowls, with fat round abdomens and twitching. Creeping legs thick as pool cues. Clusters of eyes reflected light back at us, and the movement of their heavy bodies made meaty, organic, clicking noises. These things weren't what Robert Jr. had commented on. The creature slowly descending from the web by a thread was. At first, I thought it was a spider with a squirrel, or a rat, or something in its jaws, but a small, logical corner of my mind reminded me that that's not how spiders eat, not even tarantulas who don't wrap their prey in silk. The rodent appeared bisected, as I couldn't see its back legs, with ugly gray skin visible around its midsection like it had mange. Its back half was, impossibly, the swollen bulb of a spider. It looked like some gruesome mockery of a centaur, the limp torso of some parasitic rodent bursting forth from an unwitting host. There was no way that thing could be real, or if it was, it couldn't be alive. But the thing's spinnerets kept pumping a hardy silk line, two spindly back legs touching at delicate tips as it worked its way down, and the rodent's head twitched, its furry front legs extending, paws grasping. I saw its face, a squirrel with too many beady black eyes extending up the front of its head, blinking gummily down at us. I could see its long yellow teeth as its mouth lolled open. I was distantly aware of my body moving, weakly grasping Robert Jr. His jacket sleeve and yanking on it. His voice sounded very far away as he muttered, "What the—" Movement in the corner of my eye somehow managed to pull my attention from the abomination above us. My eyes were drawn down to the edge of the trail on which we stood, and for a moment I thought the ground had dipped down an embankment, and we were simply elevated on the path. But I soon saw that it was a massive hole in the ground, a burrow. I continued to tug mechanically on Robert Jr.'s arm. What the? A face peered out of the burrow, ghostly pale against the darkness within, and seemed to drift up and out closer to us. It was a human face with too many eyes clustered across the bridge of its nose, glittering black and blinking slowly. It ducked its head, long dark hair hanging in lank tangles, as a woman's bare moon-white torso emerged slowly from the hole in the ground. A hulking, hairy mass of a spider's abdomen the size of a Volkswagen Beetle followed, connected at her waist. Her 8-branch thick legs crunched in the leaf litter, audibly thumping with the weight. Robert Jr. and I staggered backwards, upsetting more spiderwebs in the underbrush. The creature's legs were striped with white at their joints, and I thought of Lady Legs back at Robert Jr.'s house and what he said about her species' size in the wild. Ungodly big. Robert Jr.'s thoughts were also back in his daughter's room, because as his hand gripped my arm in return, I heard him say, "Lucy." My eyes flew back to the creature's face, its unnatural addition of eyes surrounding the original's, and as it tilted its head, I recognized her too. Her mouth dropped open, lower lip dripping with something too viscous to be saliva, and her rail-thin arms spasmed once before lifting up, sending a painful jolt of electric fear up my spine. Her white long-fingered hands took hold of the squirrel spider dangling between the two of us and herself. The thing squeaked and convulsed, its legs thrashing horribly, and Lucy brought it to her mouth. I ran. I thrashed my way blindly through web after web, back the way we came. I heard Robert Jr. call my name unexpectedly close behind me, and suddenly felt him crash into my back. I hit the ground hard, face first. I barely had time to register the bright starburst of pain as my nose broke and began to bleed, or the scattering of spiders millimeters in front of my eyes, before Robert Jr. yanked me bodily back upright and whirled me around. I thought he was slapping me, but realized he was swiping away spiders that I'd picked up as passengers from the ground. "Don't you run off in here, boy," Robert Jr. hissed in my face, shaking me hard. "Something else will kill you before." The enormous creature loomed behind him, creeping down the trail after us. I started to yell, but Robert Jr. clapped his hand over my mouth, spinning to face her. He forced us into a sort of half-crouch, his body weighing me down to keep me from running again, and I stared with bulging eyes, struggling to breathe through my bleeding nose, as Lucy bore down upon us. "It's okay," Robert Jr. said, but he wasn't talking to me. I could feel him shaking against my back. "It's okay, Lucy, you're okay." She came closer, the precise movements of her vast spider body in stark contrast against the limp, feeble movements of her human torso. Her face seemed alert, even with the 6 bleary eyes that looked infected in their unnaturalness, but her arms hung listlessly at her sides, her posture hunched. Venom, blood, saliva flowed slowly down her chin, all that remained of the squirrel spider. I could hear her breathing, see her pale throat throb as she swallowed. "That's a good girl, baby," said Robert Jr., his voice low and soothing despite his violent trembling. "Daddy didn't know you lived here, Lucy. We didn't know we'd see you here. You did such a good job here all by yourself, didn't you, baby? Daddy's proud of you." He was slowly inching us back as he spoke nonsense to the thing in front of us. The spider shifted minutely, almost moving after us, but not quite. Lucy's dark, wet mouth drooped open. In a voice that sounded like wind in dead leaves, she hissed, "Daddy?" Robert Jr. laughed, wild and terrified in my ear, pulling me another step back, the palm of his hand still crushing my lips against my chattering teeth. "That's right, baby. Daddy's here. Daddy didn't think he'd see you all grown up in these woods. Huh, baby? Good girl, Lucy." She didn't move after us as we backed away, although her eyes followed us with laser focus. Again, her voice hoarse and vacant. "Lucy?" "That's right, baby. Daddy's gonna take your friend back home, okay? You remember Aaron?" I groaned behind his hand, sick with fear, as all 8 of Lucy's eyes shifted onto me. She didn't say my name. Wildly in the back of my head, I wondered if she recognized any of the things Robert Jr. was saying to her, certain that she was all spider like this, that the 2 words she'd said were empty repetitions preceding her final attack. But still, she stood motionless, watching our retreat. "Daddy's gonna take Aaron home. Is that okay, baby?" Robert Jr. said. "Will you let me do that, Lucy?" She was silent for a long moment. Then, "Okay. Good girl, Lucy. We're going away. Good girl." Another long stretch of silence as we moved steadily away from her. She still didn't follow, merely watching us. Her voice, unprompted this time, shook me to my core when it next creaked through the night. "Come, see me." The noise Robert Jr. made was something of a strangled sob and a laugh. "Yeah, baby. I'll come see you. I'll come see you again. Just let me take Erin home, and Daddy will come see you again, baby girl." Okay. We were several meters away from her by now. I was sure we were nearing the bend and the fork in the trail we had taken. Slowly, Robert Jr. lowered his hand from my mouth, and I gulped a deep, shaking breath. "I can't get us out of here backwards," he said, "but I need you watching behind us. You hang on to me, and I will walk you out. You tell me if she follows. Can you do that, son?" Wide-eyed and unable to look away from Lucy's figure down the trail, I nodded. "Yes, sir." "Okay. Careful now." His hand encircled my wrist tightly, and with a firm tug he took us around the bend. I struggled to walk in reverse, my legs like rubber and my pulse roaring in my ears. Lucy didn't follow us once I lost sight of her. Robert Jr. navigated us back through the forest, avoiding all webs this time around. I don't know how long it took to get out of the woods. For all I knew, it took days. But eventually we broke through the tree line, and the unobstructed moonlight was blinding. I felt separate from my own body as I brushed harmless jumping spiders and orb weavers from my hat and jacket. Distantly, I heard Robert Jr. chuckling weakly. I turned around to look at Lockhart Wood. Almost casually, I leaned over and threw up on the grass. A few yards away, Robert Jr. did just the same, coughing and laughing harder when he was done. He gasped, hands on his face. I watched him stagger and fall heavily onto his ass, giggling manically. Dazed, I went over to him and sat beside him on the grass, staring at the forest. I spat remnants of bile on the ground between my knees. I fumbled with my headlamp, turned it off, and threw my hat aside. I peered at Robert Jr.'s tear-streaked laughing face, vaguely concerned. I can't tell if that's good laughter or bad laughter. "Christ," he gasped, possibly hyperventilating. "You and me both." He pressed 2 fingers to his neck, checking his own pulse. "What are you going to do now?" I asked weakly. "Shit, Scooter, I don't know. Probably visit my daughter every now and then. Damn." He scrubbed his hands over his face, groaning deeply. My head swam. I flopped backwards, staring at the night sky. The stars looked like little white spiderlings. I thought suddenly of my mother back at the house, and for whatever reason, all I could think to say was, "Hey, so I was thinking, you should give my mom a call sometime. She's not seeing anyone." I don't remember getting home that night. I don't remember getting settled on campus the next day. But I think I'm going to change my major to biology. I'd like to see Lucy again, and I think maybe a study in arachnology might be a good place to start. The morning ritual. I should start by saying that I never believed in the supernatural. Growing up in a family of scientists, my father a physicist and my mother a neurologist, I was taught to seek rational explanations for everything. That's probably why it took me so long to accept what was happening to David. By the time I finally understood, it was almost too late. My husband David and I met at a coffee shop 8 years ago. He was the kind of person who found comfort in order and routine, while I embraced chaos and spontaneity. Maybe that's what drew us together, the classic opposites attract scenario. He balanced my impulsiveness with his stability, and I helped him loosen up, at least a little. From the day we moved in together, David maintained the same morning routine with almost military precision. Every morning, without fail, he would wake up at 5 a.m., make coffee, read the news on his tablet, and leave for work by 6:30. I used to tease him about it, calling him my clockwork man. If I had known how prophetic that nickname would become, I might have paid more attention to the warning signs. The first incident happened 3 months ago. I had an important presentation at work that morning, so I set my alarm for 5 a.m., thinking I'd join David for his morning coffee and get an early start on preparation. When I walked into our kitchen, something felt wrong. The air was different somehow, heavier, like the atmosphere before a storm. David was standing in front of our coffee maker, completely motionless. Not the normal kind of still where you can see subtle movements, breathing, shifting weight, tiny muscle adjustments. This was different. He was frozen, like a photograph, staring at the wall with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "David!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the pre-dawn silence. He didn't respond, didn't blink, didn't breathe. "David, honey?" I tried again, moving closer. The kitchen tiles were ice cold against my bare feet, each step echoing unnaturally in the quiet room. When I touched his shoulder, he came to life so suddenly that I jumped back. He turned to face me with his usual warm smile, but something was wrong with it. The smile didn't reach his eyes, and his movements were too precise, too calculated, like someone had programmed them into a robot. "Good morning, sweetheart," he said, his voice cheerful but somehow hollow. "Would you like some coffee?" I wanted to ask him about what had just happened, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I nodded and watched as he went through the motions of preparing our coffee. Every movement was exact, practiced, perfect. Too perfect. Over the next few weeks, I started paying more attention to his morning routine. What I noticed terrified me. Every morning, he took exactly 3 steps from our bed to the dresser, 4 steps to the bathroom. He spent precisely 27 seconds brushing his teeth. I timed it. 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the shower, never a second more or less. The coffee preparation was even more disturbing. He would open the cabinet, take out the coffee beans, Colombian, always Colombian, and measure exactly 6 tablespoons into the grinder. The grinder ran for exactly 12 seconds. He would pour the water to the exact same level every time. I once measured it, 875 milliliters, never varying by more than a few drops. If anything disrupted his pattern, a misplaced item, an empty container, he would freeze in place until the obstacle was removed. One morning, our cat knocked over his coffee mug just as he was reaching for it. His hand remained suspended in midair, grasping at nothing, while his eyes stared straight ahead. I quickly righted the mug, and he continued as if nothing had happened. I started experimenting, making small changes to see how he would react. I moved his coffee mug to a different cabinet. He opened the usual cabinet, and when the mug wasn't there, his hand just kept opening and closing on empty air. For 7 excruciating minutes, I watched him repeat this motion, like a skipping record. When I finally put the mug back, he continued his routine without missing a beat. The really frightening part was that he seemed completely unaware of these episodes. When I tried to talk to him about them later in the day, he would look at me with genuine confusion. "What do you mean I froze?" he would ask. "I just made coffee like I always do." But things were escalating. I started waking up in the middle of the night to find him practicing his routine in the dark. He would stand in front of our bedroom mirror at 3 a.m., mechanically rehearsing each movement with terrifying precision. His eyes were always open, but they were empty, like looking into the eyes of a doll. I installed a small security camera in our bedroom, hoping to document these nocturnal rehearsals. What I captured was far worse than I expected. In the footage, David would get up at exactly 3 a.m. every night. He would walk to the mirror, 3 steps, always 3 steps, and stand before it. Sometimes he would practice his movements, but other times he would just stand there, staring at his reflection for hours without moving. One night, I heard him talking to his reflection. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, as his words drifted across the darkness. "They'll notice if I make a mistake. A pause. No, I can't fail. The routine must be perfect. Another pause. I know what happens if I fail. His reflection answered in his voice, but the words came from the mirror while his lips remained still. Show me again. From the beginning. The next day I tried to confront him directly. We were having dinner when I brought it up. David, I'm worried about you, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. You've been acting different. He turned to me with that empty smile, tilting his head at precisely 45 degrees. Different? He asked, his fork suspended halfway to his mouth. I'm the same as I've always been. I follow my routine. The routine is important. The way he said those last words sent chills down my spine. It wasn't just his voice. It was the way his entire face seemed to shift for a moment, like a mask slipping to reveal something else underneath. But why? I pressed. Why is the routine so important? His fork clattered to the plate. For a moment, his face went completely blank, not even a hint of expression. Then he smiled again, wider this time, too wide. Because it's the only thing keeping me here. What do you mean, here? He leaned forward, his movements jerky and unnatural. On this side of the mirror. I excused myself and went to bed early that night, but I didn't sleep. I lay awake watching as David went through his evening routine, exactly 23 minutes in the bathroom, precisely 2 chapters of his book, lights out at 10 p.m. sharp. At 3 a.m., right on schedule, he got up. But instead of going to the mirror, he stood at the foot of our bed, staring down at me. I kept my eyes nearly closed, trying to control my breathing. After what felt like hours, he spoke. I have to be perfect. They're always watching. His reflection answered from the mirror. Again, from the beginning. Yes, David agreed. Always from the beginning. The next morning I told him I needed to visit my sister for a few days. He was in the middle of his coffee routine when I told him, measuring the beans, 12 seconds of grinding. He stopped mid-pour, the coffee beans frozen in mid-air. That's not part of the routine, he said, his voice flat. I know, honey, but sometimes we need to break routine, I said, trying to sound casual despite my racing heart. He slowly turned to face me, coffee beans still suspended above the grinder. I can't break the routine. Breaking routine lets them take me back. Take you back where, David? His smile stretched impossibly wide. To the other side. I packed a bag while he was at work, taking only what I absolutely needed. As I was about to leave, I noticed something strange about our bedroom mirror. The reflection seemed delayed, as if it was moving a fraction of a second after I did. I drove straight to my sister's house, 3 states away. But even that distance doesn't feel safe enough. Because every morning, at exactly 5 a.m., my phone receives a text message. Watch me perform my routine. And every morning there's a picture attached. A different angle of our empty bedroom, with the bed made to perfection. Exactly the way David likes it. In each photo, if I look carefully at the mirror, I can see multiple reflections of David, all slightly out of sync, all practicing their routines. I've tried calling him, but his voicemail message has changed. Now it's just the sound of someone going through precise movements, accompanied by mechanical counting. 1, 2, 3 steps to the dresser. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to the bathroom. I called the police to do a welfare check. They reported back that they found the house empty, but everything was arranged with perfect precision. Too perfect, they said. And the mirrors. They mentioned that all the mirrors in the house had been covered with sheets. I've been at my sister's for a week now. Last night I received a final text from David's number. I failed the routine. They're taking me back. Don't look in the mirrors. I called the police again. This time when they checked the house, they found all the mirrors shattered, and David was gone. The only trace of him was a single sheet of paper on our bed, covered in the same sentence written thousands of times in perfectly identical handwriting. The routine must be perfect. The routine must be perfect. The routine must be perfect. I don't know what happened to my husband. I don't know what lives on the other side of the mirrors, or what they wanted from him. But sometimes, late at night, I catch glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces. Precise mechanical movements, performed with terrifying perfection. And sometimes just before dawn I hear his voice, distant and hollow, counting out the steps of his eternal routine. The passenger. I can still hear the rain pounding against the windshield, like 1,000 desperate fingers tapping to be let in. That night, the sky was a bruise, swollen and blackened, and the roads glistened like they were made of obsidian. I hadn't planned to be out so late, but plans have a way of unraveling when you least expect it. I was driving back from a work meeting that had run longer than it should have, and the weather had taken a turn for the apocalyptic. The radio crackled intermittently, the storm's interference punctuating the static like ghostly whispers. I kept my focus on the winding road, the beams of my headlights slicing through the torrent, when I saw her. She was standing by the side of the road, a pale silhouette against the darkness, drenched and shivering. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, a shadow cast by the rain, a trick of the headlights. But as I drew closer, her form sharpened. A young woman, no older than her early 20s, wearing a dress that clung to her like a second skin, her hair plastered to her face. She looked fragile, like something that could be swept away by the storm at any moment. I hesitated. Picking up strangers wasn't something I'd ever done, but there was something about her that tugged at my conscience. She didn't flag me down, didn't even turn to acknowledge the car. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. Before I fully realized what I was doing, I slowed down and rolled down the passenger window. "Do you need a ride?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the hammering rain. She turned then, slowly, and her eyes met mine. They were dark, unfathomably so, and for a moment I felt like I was staring into an abyss. She nodded, her movements stiff, and walked to the passenger side. I unlocked the door, and she slid in without a word. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not unpleasant, but earthy, like wet leaves and damp soil. She was soaked, water pooling on the seat beneath her. I handed her an old sweatshirt from the back seat, but she didn't take it. Instead, she pointed straight ahead, her finger trembling slightly. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to sound calm, though my heart was thudding in my chest. She didn't respond, just kept pointing. Her silence was unnerving, but I chalked it up to shock or fear. Maybe she'd been caught in the storm, abandoned, or worse. I didn't press her. We drove in silence, the car's interior filled with the sound of rain and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Occasionally I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She sat rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, water dripping from her hair onto the seat. There was something off about her, not just her silence, but the way she seemed detached, like she wasn't entirely there. After what felt like an eternity, She lifted her hand and pointed again. We were approaching a turnoff, a narrow gravel path that led into the woods. My stomach tightened. "Here?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the path. I turned, the car's tires crunching over the gravel, and followed the road as it wound deeper into the trees. The headlights illuminated twisted branches and the occasional glint of water from puddles, but nothing else. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A cemetery. It came into view suddenly, the wrought iron gates looming like the entrance to some forgotten realm. I pulled to a stop just outside, the car's beams casting long, eerie shadows over the headstones. Turning to my passenger, I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. The seat was empty. I stared, uncomprehending, at the damp indentation where she'd been sitting. Water still pooled on the seat, and the faint scent of earth lingered in the air, but she was gone. My first thought was that she'd somehow slipped out of the car without me noticing, but that made no sense. The door hadn't opened, and I hadn't heard a sound. I looked out into the rain, half expecting to see her figure moving among the graves, but there was nothing. I sat there for a long moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. Finally, I stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking through my jacket. I called out into the night, my voice trembling, but the only response was the wind and the patter of rain on stone. As I approached the gates, something caught my eye. A headstone near the entrance, its surface slick with rain, bore a name that sent a chill down my spine. It was hers. The name etched into the stone matched the monogram on the bracelet I'd glimpsed on her wrist when she'd climbed into the car. The date of death? 5 years ago to the day. I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My rational mind struggled to make sense of it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But the damp seat and the lingering scent told a different story. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The image of her pale face and those abyssal eyes haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. In the days that followed, I scoured the local archives, piecing together her story. She'd been a local girl, loved and admired, until one stormy night when she'd gone missing. They'd found her body days later, washed up in a creek not far from the cemetery. Rumors of foul play had circulated, but nothing was ever proven. Her death had been ruled an accident, though the townsfolk whispered otherwise. Now, every time it rains, I can't help but look over at the passenger seat, half expecting to see her sitting there, pointing silently into the darkness. I've taken different routes, avoided that stretch of road entirely, but it doesn't matter, because deep down, I know she'll always find me. Stuck. When I first saw him standing out there on the sidewalk, I thought nothing of it. I certainly didn't think he'd still be out there come September. I lingered at the window for just a moment, decided that the night-bound silhouette across the street was just some guy out for a walk, and went to my room and hit the hay. As I stood blearily over the coffee maker the next morning, my eyes strayed up to the window over the sink, and a little shock of adrenaline removed the need for caffeine. He was still there, and still standing on the opposite sidewalk looking at my house. My roommates had all gone to work long ago, so I waited for my coffee, got dressed, and then approached the front door and peered through the peephole. He was still there. I took a deep breath, readied myself for whatever nonsense this was going to entail, and opened the door. His gaze shifted to me as soon as I stepped out onto the porch, and he watched me as I walked across the grass. He tensed when I stepped onto my sidewalk, but then looked relieved when I crossed it and reached the curb. Stopping there, I kept the pavement between us. I didn't know exactly how to ask him what the hell he was doing. "Hey, what's up?" He looked a little bit nervous. Nothing, just hanging out. From where I was standing, he didn't appear to be homeless or crazy. He was a man of about 40 dressed in a dark blue robe, and I vaguely recognized him. "Don't you live in that house?" I pointed up the driveway behind him. He nodded. "Yep, that's mine. Just came out to get the newspaper." I glanced down at his hand, where he held an orange bag with the newspaper rolled up inside it. "Well, looks like you got it." I paused. Another orange bag was lying further up the driveway, as if the one he was holding was actually yesterday's. He didn't say anything. He just stood there with a masked, nervous expression. "Did I see you out here last night too?" I asked. "Yep, that was me." I looked down further and saw that his feet were bare. "You weren't out here all night, were you?" I expected him to laugh off the idea, but instead he replied, "I was." "You've been out here all night in bare feet?" Panic was oozing out from under his mask of calm politeness in a dozen different ways. "Yes." Now I was starting to feel more than a little weird. "Are you going to stand out here all day too?" He strained to speak, but then seemed to change his reply. "I might. It's beautiful weather out." Well, that much was true. It was a warm summer day, bright and beautiful. "Well, could you at least not stare at my house then?" He began to give an apologetic shrug, but stopped halfway through the motion and tried to turn. His bare feet never lifted from the sidewalk. The attempted turn was more of a twist from the thighs up. That too stopped rather quickly, and then he said, His gaze moved in a circle before he finally looked directly at me. "Your house is nice. I like looking at it." By then, I was getting rather annoyed. "What's your name?" "Russ." "Russ. Nice to meet you." I shook my head. I'd never had to do this before. "If you don't stop being weird and staring at our house, I'm going to call the police." His eyes lit up. "Yes, please do that." That was a weird enough reaction that I actually got out my phone. I'd been raised to never involve the police for any reason, but this was abnormal enough that I felt I had to. I told the dispatcher we had a strange man standing outside our house and that he'd been there literally all night. Yes, all night. She said 2 officers would be with us shortly. Russ and I didn't talk much while waiting for them. He just stood there looking at me at random times and around the neighborhood otherwise. Ours was a quiet street, populated by nice people who kept mostly to themselves. We'd never even had cause to really meet each other. If we had, I might have known more about Russ, but as things were, he was just some man acting strangely. Although, his aura of masked nervousness calmed as a squad car turned down the lane and approached us. 2 uniformed officers climbed out and approached us with tired stances. One asked dismissively, "What seems to be the issue, gentlemen?" Russ looked to me hopefully. I told them, "This guy has been standing out here staring at our house all night long." The second cop rolled his eyes, but he did ask Russ, "That true, sir?" Russ gulped and stated, "Yes." Both cops straightened at the unexpected answer. The first one asked, "Seriously?" Russ nodded. The second cop looked at each of us for a moment and then said, "Well, move it along then." Russ tensed and stood a little taller. "No." "What?" I said no. As the pair began walking toward him, he added, "Sir?" As one got out handcuffs, the other sneered and said, "Listen, asshole." But he stopped about 2 feet from Russ. His partner froze as well. "Come on," Russ urged them. "What are you waiting for? Come on." The 2 men looked at each other with haunted expressions, then began to back away. The handcuffs were returned to their belt. "No," Russ shouted at them. "Do it, you pricks. You pigs, ugly bastards. Come on, beat me up, teach me a lesson, knock me down." The first cop's face was pale. "You're fine, sir. You're absolutely right, we're pigs. Just do what you like. Stand there as long as you want. You're on your property, technically, so this is none of our business." The second glanced at me with apologetic terror. Both jumped in their car and peeled away. Russ screamed incoherently after them, but did not move from his spot on the sidewalk. I called the station a second time to ask what had happened, but after taking my address, the dispatcher told me never to call again and hung up. The anger faded out of Russ as he saw me lower the phone, and I stood there awkwardly as the grown man across the street began to outright cry. I'd never seen a 40-year-old man blubber from sheer hopeless terror. "Russ, what's going on?" He couldn't answer past his tears. Looking left and right first, I finally stepped onto the street and got near him. I had the strangest notion, but I couldn't articulate it. The words simply wouldn't come to mind. An instinctual awareness was the most I could manage. I did reach the opposite curb right in front of him, and I was intent on pushing him back off of his spot on the sidewalk, but I changed my mind about 2 feet away from him. It would have been weird to touch a crying grown man. I stepped back to the street. Confused, I tried a second time. At 2 feet away from him, literally within arm's reach, I changed my mind again. He could do what he liked. Who was I to interfere if he wanted to stand outside on a beautiful day? Each time I got close and then changed my mind, his tears and terror deepened. I remember murmuring, "All right, screw this," and I backed up to the middle of the street to get space for a running start. I couldn't articulate what I was doing, but I guessed that a leaping tackle might work. I braced myself and then launched forward, ready to spring up at the proper distance. But as I went to jump at him, I changed my mind. There was nothing wrong and I was being silly. Who cared about any of this? I slowed and curved away. His sobbing became a river. Despite an overwhelming sense that something was very wrong, I turned and slowly went back inside. I could still see him through the kitchen window, and I began going about the business of my day with a muted horror that I could not acknowledge gnawing at my heart. Each time I looked, I would hope against hope that he had moved, but he was always still there, shaking, crying, and looking around for help. That was June. A pall hung over our neighborhood. Where once my roommates and I had held board game parties and had a dozen people over, now we ate meager meals in silence. Whenever one of us would think to talk about something that had happened at work, or perhaps an event we were looking forward to, we would get out half a sentence, and then be overwhelmed by a sense of hollowness. Who could care about a concert or a trip to a water park at a time like this? We would stop our sentence midway through and glance out the kitchen window as a group. Always, Russ was still standing there. He successfully avoided dangerous sunburns by lifting his robe over his head during the brightest hours, and he had a few nearby trees to shade him at other times. His bare feet took the worst of it, and were red and boiled over after a week. During that second week, we gathered daily as a neighborhood. It was impossible not to have noticed him standing out there by then, and all the various residents of our street wandered out to speak to him and to one another about various polite topics with strained undertones. "Terrible weather," a neighbor would say, her eyes fearful. The weather was gorgeous and beautiful. "Absolutely terrible weather," another of us would say. Horrifying, in fact. What the hell is happening with the weather? I remember the oldest of us, a woman who had lived through the Great Depression and was normally tough as nails, then cried openly and sobbed, "Why is the weather doing this?" Russ stood through all of this, visibly hopeful and terrified. The old woman screamed at him, "Why don't you just go inside?" He could only shrug and shakily tell her, "I don't want to go inside. I like sunburns on my feet." She approached with both hands up to throttle him, but changed her mind as she came within reach. "You're a man. You can take it. I shouldn't interrupt your enjoyment of nature." She hobbled away in tears, trembling violently. Another of our neighbors stepped forward. "At least, take these clothes." He held a folded shirt and a pair of jeans forward, but turned away before getting close enough to hand them over. You probably don't want my old hand-me-downs, right?" Russ replied hopelessly. "I'm fine. Thanks, though." It was the rainy season in our parts, and it began to drizzle on our heads, so we retreated to our homes to gaze out the window and watch Russ thirstily hold open his mouth to the sky. Once the torrent was heavy enough, he could also lean down and scoop water from the flow running along the curb. That gave us an idea. As a neighborhood, we began to wash our cars more often. The runoff from the hoses would flow past Russ, allowing him to drink and stay alive, but only for as long as was normal for washing one's car. None of us mentioned it to one another. We just saw others doing it, so we did it too. The rainy season also brought worms up out of the ground, which he ate, and he learned to stand still long enough for birds to come near. He would grab them and eat them whole. The sidewalk near him became foul with waste until each new rain washed it clean. One of the men on the street began building a long wood and metal contraption. For the first time in a month, We had something else to see outside our windows, and we watched him for nearly a week before getting a sense of what he was doing. It was a massively long Rube Goldberg machine full of levers, swinging hammers, rolling balls, and other assorted nonsense. From the 2x4s he'd laid out, he'd planned for it to extend all the way down the street, around the corner, and out of sight. My roommates and I took a few days off work and wordlessly began helping. The older women in the neighborhood brought out drinks and food for us. Russ looked on while we ate and drank, but he watched especially carefully while we worked. I'd never been one for tools, but I muddled through figuring out how to saw and nail things effectively. And the other men in the neighborhood joined us without a word when they saw how serious we were. It took 6 days, but we finally finished the contraption on the eve of a big storm. As the sky was growing dark, we gathered around the corner out of sight of Russ and stared at the button that would activate the machine. If all the levers and hammers and contraptions worked, Russ would be knocked over by a battering ram mechanism at the very end. We stared at the button. A jogger approached, and we stared at her. She slowed and looked worried that 30-odd people were watching her. We backed up and glanced at the button repeatedly. "You want me to push this?" she asked, cautious but concerned. "Is this for some sort of prank video?" We looked at each other, and the old woman who had survived the Great Depression shrugged and nodded. The jogger moved close and hovered her hand over the button before backing up. "Nah, I'd rather not participate in a prank video." Her expression was fearful and pained. She jogged on as we stood in despair. The storm came and destroyed most of the mechanisms. The man who'd started it took it down in grief-stricken silence over the course of the next week. Russ watched that process with despondent eyes. A moving truck pulled up one morning, and we gathered on the street to watch his wife begin packing things. "Russ lost his job because he stopped showing up," she explained. "And now we can't afford the place anymore." She looked over at him with narrowed eyes and said hatefully, "I don't understand why he's doing this, but I'm not staying with an unemployed loser who would rather stand around all day than do some honest work." "This is honest work," he called over, crying despite his words. "It's tough standing here without rest. I do get tired, but someone has to do it." We watched her put Russ's son in the passenger seat and then drive off with most of the contents of his house. We looked to Russ. He gulped, wiped his tears away, and gave the flimsiest reasoning I'd yet heard. "It's more important that I stand here than go after my family. I didn't value them anyway." He seemed to give up after that, letting the sun sear his flesh day after day, and not even bothering to eat the worms that followed each storm. That was July. The first party our street had seen in months nearly sparked a riot. Our place was one of 2 on the street designated as off-campus housing, and the other house kicked off a kegger at about 7 o'clock one night. Outrage and anger flowed with us into the foyer of that house. The college guys therein turned down the music and had their friends hang back a second as the entire neighborhood crowded in. The old woman asked, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "Having a party," one of the guys responded. "What's the problem?" "We're not being loud." I was actually the one who spoke next. I remember my righteous anger vividly. "How can you have a party while things are the way they are?" One of other guys who lived there protested. "So what? We're supposed to just stop everything and not live our lives because of the way things are?" The guests looked at us in confusion. The most painful part about that argument was that the guys were right. We couldn't just stop our lives because of what was happening on our street. The shouts and yells from each side were more about how we felt than any logical debate, and a fist fight broke out just long enough to knock over the keg and break 2 glasses. We held each other back and retreated as a neighborhood, leaving the college guys to their party. I was bitter, so bitter, and we all felt that bitterness together, until another neighbor had a party 2 nights later. A week after that, one of my roommates had our friends over for a board game night, and I had to admit that it felt like such a relief to return to normalcy. At the end of the night, I walked the last of our friends out, had one last joke and a laugh, and then waved after them. Russ was just a silhouette in the darkness, always there, but no longer on our minds all the time. Of course, The next morning, the guilt hit me like a load of bricks as I stood over my coffee maker and studied the boil-covered red scarecrow across the street. His blue robes were growing tattered after months outside, and he looked like a burned corpse. Unfortunately, I had a stressful day ahead, and I couldn't afford to process my guilt at that moment. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I was the one who did it. I closed the blinds over the kitchen window. It was supposed to have been just for that day, just so I could get through the big project at hand, but the blinds never came back up after that. As a house, as a group, we stopped looking out the window, just like washing our cars, just like working on that Rube Goldberg machine, and just like our reaction to the party. My neighbors took that as a cue. Within 5 days, all the blinds on all the windows on the entire street were lowered. That first night that Russ was completely alone outside in the dark, with all the blinds closed, an absolute guarantee that nobody was looking out for him or at him, I laid in my bed staring at the ceiling and crying quietly. This was not like the other pains on this street, not like the ones that couldn't be articulated. I knew exactly what I'd done this time, and I could think and say the words since it was my issue and my guilt alone. I was the first one to close the blinds. I wanted to be the first to raise them again, to look out upon our neighborhood problem and force everyone else to open their eyes and unite again, but I didn't have the courage. I needed to work. I needed to pay rent. I couldn't be the one, because raising my blinds would mean acknowledging the problem, and I couldn't afford to be racked by guilt and confusion and pain any longer. Each night, I prayed that someone else would be the first to raise their blinds. Surely someone would do it. It was the only conscientious path, and someone would definitely feel compelled to do the right thing. Then, we could all do it together. I'd put the issue out of my thoughts for so long that I was actually startled when I saw Russ healthier than before. With nobody mowing his lawn or trimming his trees, and with an abnormally rainy season, the greenery around him had grown to shade him nearly the entire day. His skin was back to a decent color where crinkled parchment had peeled off, and a large number of crickets and other bugs had taken up residence in his waist-high lawn. On these, he fed, reaching down to grab insects at random and eat them when the urge struck him. I'd looked because a car had pulled up, and I watched as a real estate lady got out and began pestering him. "Hey," I shouted from across the way, defensive over our issue. "You leave Russ alone." "This is ridiculous," she called back. "I need to sell this property, and I'm never going to get a buyer interested in a property with a weathered homeless man standing outside of it." "He's not homeless," I shouted at her. "That's his home." "Not anymore. His wife got it in the divorce because he failed to show up to the hearings." I don't know why I said it. I meant the sidewalk. Somehow, at some unknown point, I'd accepted it as simply the way things were. The real estate lady glared at me and then at Russ, and then she got in her car and left. I knew what would happen next, and my roommates and I harassed the landscaping crew she sent until they got fed up and left too. If they mowed the lawn and pruned the trees, Russ would be in serious trouble. We congratulated ourselves for a job well done and went back into our house for board game night. That was August. The derisive talk began earlier this month. As the first chill of autumn hit the air, I think people instinctively knew that the worst was yet to come for him. Whenever we happened to glance his way, someone would spit and call him an idiot for standing there like that. "Why doesn't he just go inside?" someone would ask. "Yeah, what a dumbass," someone else would say. I just stared at them when they said things like that. I did wish it would stop, that he would stop. But I don't know. I just don't know. I was prompted to write this and share our situation because I saw it in myself. I saw my feelings turning toward blame and hatred. I asked the same questions. Why was he doing this? Why wouldn't he just go inside? But that strange dread notion that I could not articulate drove me to go outside and do something no one else had done in weeks. Talk to him. "Hey, Russ," I said by way of opening, since I had no idea what else to say. His hair was a mane and his beard was wild, but there was still a man under there. He coughed to clear his throat and then managed to say, "Hey." There was really no beating around the bush. "You gave up for a little while there, didn't you?" He nodded weakly. "What changed your mind?" "Why are you eating and drinking again? Why do you fight so hard to survive?" I asked him, my heart full of compassion. I felt like I was such a great person for caring when nobody else did. I will never forget his bemused, angry laugh. He tilted his head and said, "To stick it to you assholes." That was the one answer I'd never expected. We'd done so much for him, gone through so much guilt and angst and effort, but I guess I'd never thought about what it was like on the other side of the blinds, standing there night after night, knowing the entire neighborhood was avoiding looking at you. I don't have an answer. I don't have any answers. I wanted to tell him good luck, but it would have just sounded hollow. I nodded and went inside. This time I raised the blinds and stood by the kitchen window. As the first flakes of snow for the season began to fall, I accepted his angry gaze. Would the heat of his hate be enough to keep him warm through the winter? Summer seems impossibly far away, especially without so much as a blanket. And yet all the people who come over, all my friends and roommates and acquaintances, all just keep asking idly, why doesn't he just go inside? If only it were that simple. Working as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service Part 2. One of the topics that I get asked about a lot, here and in real life, involve things like the rake, the wendigo, and other related legends. I can't honestly say that I know a lot about any of them, but based on some light reading I did, I can say that I've heard stories that seem to be loosely related to them. You've heard the old adage that legends like that come from somewhere, and I'm sure that's true, but as you all know, I do try to take things with a grain of salt. You have to. Out here, it's sort of like working in a hospital, I'd imagine. You could spend all day thinking about how many people have died there and how there are probably ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, all over the place, but it doesn't do you any good. It just makes it harder to do your job. I think a lot of us feel that way, and that's why we try to just go about our work like everything is fine. Once you get paranoid, there's not really any going back, and a lot of cadets quit because of it. My park especially seems to have a high turnover rate because the cadets graduate and get so freaked out about everything and they can't seem to let it go. You have to learn to internalize things and shut off. I've talked to KD a bit about her experience because I wanted to know what she thought about the Wendigo. She didn't really have anything in particular to say about it, aside from that she didn't want to think about it that much. But she told me a friend of hers had had something similar happen. I contacted this person, H, over Skype, and they agreed to talk to me a bit. They're aware of my work here, and they're fine with me posting the story exactly as they wrote it. I grew up in Central Oregon, and there's a reservation called Warm Springs, about 2 or so hours from where I lived. I only mention that because a lot of people in my area have friends there, and a lot of the land in that area belongs to that tribe. When I was a kid, we used to go camping up there. Not on the res, of course, but in that area, and I met a lot of kids who grew up there. I got to know one kid really well. His name was Nolan, and we ended up hanging out a lot when our families were in the area. Our folks got to know each other, so we'd all get in touch and camp out around the same time. We'd camp for about 2 weeks, so we were out there for a long time. I asked him if he camped in an RV. Yeah, my dad had one, so I guess it wasn't really camping, but we'd take our tents and stuff and set them up out away from camp most nights. I didn't like sleeping in there because I like being outside. We talked for a bit about camping. So anyway, sorry, one year Nolan and I were out there. I think we must have been like 12 or so. We wanted to go out and camp near the river because we wanted to try night fishing. I think we must have been about 1/3 of a mile from the main camp, far enough away that we couldn't hear or see anyone else. I remember that. We were messing around most of the day. I don't really remember much about it, but we ended up building a fire at some point, and I was really impressed because he had this flint or something that he used to start it. I'd never seen anyone do that before, so I thought it was pretty cool. I got him to teach me how to do it, and we lit some stuff on fire, which looking back was really stupid because it was the middle of fucking summer. And if I remember right, the fire warning was either at yellow or orange. But thankfully we didn't start anything major. And when it got dark, we sat around and talked about whatever it is 12-year-olds talk about. I don't really remember. What I do remember is that at some point, he looked over my shoulder at the river and asked me if I could see something. The way our camp was set up, we were about 10 feet from the river, and we were at the widest point, so it was probably about 20 feet to the other bank. It gets hot up there in the summer, but the water's still cold, which is important. I look over my shoulder and I could see something wading into the river on the other side. From where we were, it looked like a deer, but we couldn't really tell because of the fire. I got up to look closer and I saw a pair of antlers, so I figured it was a buck. But I thought it was weird that it was wading into the water and it was definitely heading for us. And I asked Nolan what he thought we should do. He's looking at the fire with this weird expression and he tells me to sit down and shut up. So I do, because I'd never seen him act that way before. He's whispering at me to ignore it and to just keep talking like we were. But I couldn't think of anything to say. He was saying something about an episode of some show, but I could hear the deer coming through the water, so I wasn't really paying any attention, and I kept trying to see over his shoulder, but every time I did, he'd sort of hit me on the arm and make me look at him. I wasn't really scared, I remember. I was just sort of confused. But then I hear the deer come out of the water, and I could kind of make out what it looked like. And I realized it wasn't a deer, because whatever it was walking on 2 legs. I started to get up. I was super freaked out, but Nolan just yanked me back down and talked louder about this television show, and I could tell he was just as scared as I was, probably even more. He leaned in and poked the fire with a stick, and he whispered that whatever I do, I can't speak to it. I could see it come closer, and it stood right behind Nolan's back. I was about ready to pee my pants, and I think I'd probably have run if I'd been alone, but I didn't want to leave Nolan, so I kept sitting really still and sneaking glances at it. It wasn't that tall, but the way it carried itself was just wrong, like its center of balance was screwed up. I can't really describe it, but it was kind of like it kept shifting too far forward. It just stood there behind Nolan for a long time. And eventually Nolan ran out of things to say, and we just kind of sat there for a second. The fire was making noise, but I thought I could hear this thing talking in a really low voice. I couldn't hear what it was saying, and I leaned forward a tiny little bit, and I actually did pee my pants when it leaned forward too. I couldn't see its face, but I saw its eyes. They were cloudy and milky. And if you want to know what they looked like, find that scene from Lord of the Rings where Frodo falls in that lake and all the dead people are floating toward him. That's what its eyes looked like. So all I saw were these 2 white eyes floating above Nolan's head and the really vague shape of the antlers coming out of its head. I don't know what my face looked like, but at exactly the same time, Nolan and I fucking booked it out of there, and we ran non-stop until we got back to the main camp. My pants were soaked with pee, so I took them off as we were running and threw them in the bushes. We both stopped once we were in front of my dad's RV, and we couldn't see anything chasing us, so we stood there and caught our breath. I asked him what that thing was, but he said he didn't know. He said his grandpa had only warned him that if anything ever came up to him when he was out in the desert, he was never, ever supposed to talk to it or listen to anything it had to say. I wanted to know if he'd heard it talking too, and he said that the only thing he'd been able to understand was help you. I think we ended up sleeping in the RV with my parents, and the next night we went back out and didn't see anything. That does remind me, in a lot of ways, of the Wendigo legend. There's a phrase used to describe it that I think fits perfectly, which is that the Wendigo is the spirit of the lonely places. I know sometimes when I'm out in the wilds, where I know there's no one around me for miles and miles, I get this weird kind of craving that I can't really explain. I don't know if it happens to anyone else, but it's this desire to consume. It's not like I crave anything in particular, but more of this weird, distracting hunger that comes from every part of my gut. I also wanted to find out more about the faceless man if I was able, and found a few similar things. I asked around my circle of friends, and one of them said when he was out doing repairs at a park in his area, he saw something kind of like that. We were having dinner in town, 5 of us, including myself. This guy, he was repainting an information booth and heard a man ask him for directions to the nearest campsite. He didn't turn around because he was up on a ladder, but he informed the man that there weren't any campsites nearby, but that if he headed down the road about 4 miles, he'd find one at another park. He asked if he could be of any other help, but the man said no and thanked him. My friend said he kept painting, but he was listening and never heard the man leave. The second he came up and talked to me, the hairs on my neck stood up, but I wasn't sure why. I just had this really uneasy feeling about the whole thing, and I wanted to finish painting and get out of there. I figured maybe part of it was that I couldn't turn around to look at him, but something just felt off. There was also this weird smell floating around even before the guy talked to me, kind of like old period blood. I had looked around to see what was causing it, but I didn't find anything. So I waited for the guy to walk away, but I didn't hear him leave, which made me think he was just standing there and watching me. So I asked again if I could do anything for him, and he didn't answer. I knew he was there though because I hadn't heard him leave, so I did this awkward turn on the ladder to look down and see what he was doing. Now I admit it could have just been my brain fucking up, but I swear to you, Russ, for a split second when I turned around, that fucker didn't have a face. Like he had no face. It was almost concave and totally smooth, and I just about had a fucking heart attack because I couldn't even wrap my brain around what I was seeing. I think I started to say something, but there was this kind of pop inside my head, and suddenly he was just a normal-looking guy. I must have looked weird because he asked me if I was okay, and I was just like, yeah, I'm fine. He asks about the campsite again, and I point to where he has to go, and he's like, I'm not from around here, can you help me get there? Now this is when I know something is really up, because there's no way this guy got out here and didn't know where he was. And for that matter, there's no car around, so how'd he get here in the first place? I said I was sorry, but that I couldn't take him anywhere in a company vehicle. And he's like, please, I really don't know where I am. Can you come with me and help me get there? So now I'm seriously weirded out, and I start wondering if this is some kind of ambush or whatever. I told him I could call him a taxi to come out and take him where he wants to go, and I pull out my phone, and he just goes, no, and walks away really quickly. But he doesn't walk out of the park, he walks back into the fucking trees, and I got right in my fucking truck and start to get out of there, fuck the paint or whatever. I looked in my mirror to see where he was as I was leaving, and he was standing right at the tree line. Again, I don't know how he got there so fast, but this time I know that fucker didn't have a face. He was just watching me leave, and right before I turned the corner, he took a big step back into the trees and kind of dissolved, I guess. Maybe it was just dark so he blended in, but it felt more like he just melted away. Interestingly, right after this guy finished his story, someone else piped up with another one, but with a slightly different twist. You know, actually, I had something sort of weird like that happen a while back. I was out doing some trail scouting, and I was out in the middle of nowhere figuring out where we were going to have this trail run through. I hadn't seen anyone else for probably a good 2 hours, so I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going. I was just looking at the ground for the most part. Then out of nowhere, I crested this little hill and almost ran into this guy. He was older, probably in his 60s, and I started to apologize to him for running into him. And then I noticed his face, and I probably looked like a complete douchebag because I stopped and just stared at him. It took me a second to figure out what was wrong, but this guy's face was huge. I know that sounds weird, but that's the only way I can describe it. His head wasn't big or anything, it was normal, but the amount of space his face took up was just way too much. Like if you took someone's face and enlarged it all by about 2 times. He doesn't say anything, he just kind of looks at me. And I backed up and was kind of stuttering and saying I was sorry, and I went around him and fucking got out of there and did what I needed to do. The whole time, I kept looking behind me because I was so freaked out that he'd pop up behind me or something. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I swear to you, it was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. I switched the topic to the stairs a little later, and there was a definite shift in enthusiasm. No one spoke up at first. There is a real stigma around discussing them, even when we're away from work. But I broke the ice with a story of my own, and the guy who told the story about the faceless man told this one, albeit very quietly. A couple years ago, I was camping with my girlfriend and we're out about 2 miles from the road at this site I know. We went to bed that night, but we couldn't sleep because someone interjected a funny comment and we were dangerously close to going off on another subject, but I got us back on track. Yeah, really funny, you fucker. No, it was because we kept hearing that grinding noise. My brother used to grind his teeth in his sleep, and it kind of reminds me of that. My girlfriend was freaking out, but I just kept telling her to ignore it because I've heard it before, and you just have to ignore it. It goes away eventually. You guys know what I mean. We all knew what he meant. So eventually I got her to go to sleep, but I woke up probably 2 hours later because something was just off. I rolled over and she wasn't there, and I kind of freaked out because he thought for a second and then he took a very long drink. Anyway, I ran out of the tent calling her name, but I didn't have to go far. She was standing at the edge of the camp looking at something in the trees, and I could see she was really pale. The fire was low but bright enough to see her. Anyway, so I ran up to see what was going on and she was dead asleep, but her eyes were open. She had this real spaced out look, you know. So I put my arm around her to lead her back, but she wouldn't move. She just said really quietly something like, "I have to go now, Eddie. I have to go. It's here." I was like, "You're just sleepwalking. Come back to bed." But she wouldn't budge. She just kept standing there and saying that she had to go. And I looked where she was looking, and there was a fucking staircase right there, about 15 yards away. Gray one, concrete. And she started to walk toward it, but I yanked her back and that woke her up. She looked at me like I was fucking out of my mind, and she asked what the fuck she was doing out of the tent. I didn't tell her anything. I just told her she was sleepwalking. The grinding was gone, so she just went back to the tent with me and fell asleep again. I don't know. I don't like thinking about it, you know? We all knew. You guys remember that kid with, I can't remember what it was, some kind of brain fuck up, not Downs but something like it? Someone else brought up. Well, I got to read the report he gave when they found him a week after he went missing, and it was fucked up beyond belief. I mean, you have to take it with a grain of salt because who knows what that kid actually thinks is real. But some of this stuff, I don't think he could have made up. Like what? Well, first of all, he talked about the stairs. He said he'd been watching his dad build a fire and the stairs came up to him, and he had to go up them or something bad would happen. The cops couldn't really understand what he was talking about after that, because he just kept saying, like the campfire, over and over. And he kept mentioning sounds, but he couldn't say what sounds, just that it was loud, and he covered his ears so he couldn't hear them. But the thing I remember most is that they asked him where exactly he'd gone, and he just said he was right there. He kept pointing at himself, and they said they thought that meant that he thought he'd never left. He said he wasn't scared because the stairs were there, and he said they talked to him, but not like people talk. Like I said, it was really convoluted and hard to understand, and I have a feeling the cops didn't take most of it down. They ended up just saying that the kid had some kind of amnesia or fugue, and that they didn't think foul play was involved. Doesn't really explain why he came back a week later perfectly fine without a speck of dirt on him and well fed. But hey, what the cops say goes. Things have deteriorated here to a degree that I didn't foresee. I didn't know how much writing about the things that are happening out here would affect every single part of my life, and maybe that was stupid of me. Maybe I should have considered it more seriously. But honestly, I just thought I was writing about things that a few people would want to hear. I didn't think it would get this much attention. People ask me about the stairs now. It doesn't happen every day, but when it does happen, I never really know what to say. My bosses know someone is talking about them, and I'm sure that if they know, the higher-ups know. And I can tell you that they aren't happy about it. I've been formally told that I am not to speak a word about them to anyone anymore, which is part of the reason this has to be my final update. I can't risk my job for this. As much as it's been wonderful to get a lot of these things off my mind, I still do love my work, and I need to be out here. If anything, my being aware of what's really going on is enough reason to stick it out. I may not be able to tell people that they're out there, but if I see them, I can direct traffic away to somewhere safer.